Blessed love to one and all. Welcome to Patron's Day 2023. We of the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge give thanks for your support and well wishes over the past year. As it is our tradition, for the past 3 years, we are ready to give back to all who desire to patronize. Today, the 5th of November, 2023, Patrons Day. All of our available courses, listen good, all of our available courses are available for you today for only $99 each. So in other words, the International Homeschool Program, which has been designed to inspire the young mind in the field of astronomy, in the field of African history and heritage, biology, etc. This program, which is a continuous program, is sold for $299, a very, very good price for exactly what you are receiving. But for today, you will get it for only $99. I repeat, only $99. Our ancient astronomy course, this in-depth academic course that teaches you the rudiments of ancient astronomy, the basics of ancient astronomy, is usually sold for $275. Definitely worth it, for sure. But for today, you will get it for only $99, just like the International Homeschool Program. But hold on, the 21-day wellness program of the Honorable Empress Naya, which has been designed to give you optimum health. Listen to this. This also will be available for you today for only $99. So again, all of our courses, all of our available courses for today, the 5th of November, you will receive them for $99. Now, listen to this. All purchases today will give you 2 strong, or what they call 2 weeks of the Tiger's Nest radio program for free. I told you we were not playing around. So no matter what you purchase today, you get the courses, you buy a book, whatever it is that you buy, purchase today, you patronize the Institute, you get 2 weeks of the Tiger's Nest radio program for free. So if you purchase our ebooks, or if you purchase our documentaries, or if you purchase any of our webinars, you will receive 2 strongs free, the Tiger's Nest radio program. And keep in mind that this is Patron's Day. So listen to me. This is Patron's Day. All books, all documentaries, and webinars are at half price. That's 50% off. Now listen to this. If you purchase from the Holistic Food Store or our clothing store, let me repeat this. If you purchase today from the Holistic Food Store, so you're going to purchase your cashews, your almonds, your honey, your coconut oil, your agave, your vitamin or cinnamon or whatever you need for yourself, you get it at the Holistic Food Store, you know. Once you make a purchase today from the food store or from the clothing store where you can get your shirts, your Tiger's Nest jersey, even your sweatpants, all of these things you can get from our clothing store, you know. with our logo, with our icon. Once you purchase from any of these two, that's the clothing store and the holistic food store, you will get, listen to this, a whole month's Tiger's Nest radio program. Not just 2 weeks, a full month's Tiger's Nest radio program. Yes, free of course. Now, every contribution today to our Webathon will give you 2 weeks as well, free of the Tiger's Nest. So once you contribute to the Webathon, you are definitely getting 2 strongs of the Tiger's Nest. Now, our Webathon is being held to assist in the raising of the funds to match the budget for both our national and international African History Month essay competition. It will be our 11th year of performing this very important project. And as the standard rises and our targets and goals get bigger, we again ask for the assistance from those of you who understand the mission and share our passion for the youth. To make your contributions, visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, and you can visit the PayPal and the Cash App and the other means we have available. Or you could email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, to get more information on how you can make that contribution. For those who are visualizing this on the YouTube, all the links are in the description below the video. Patrons Day 2023. Give thanks in advance. Yes, my royal family, give thanks once again as we continually celebrate and give thanks for a beautiful day thus far. What a wonderful day it has been thus far. Patrons Day has really turned out to be a day of excitement and a day a lot of information and a lot of inspiration. And now we are preparing to take it to another level. Before I even go backstage and bring in the visitors, let me just be thankful again to all those who came out today. Remember, we have been doing it from 6 in the uprising today. In fact, since midnight last night, with the Naya Bingi going through until 6 in the uprising today. And then, of course, we had some wonderful visitors that came through today. Ras Isern was with us. He will be in the house again in a few moments. And, of course, Honorable Kes Westmore, Priest Richie, we had a beautiful sit down this morning as well. We also definitely had a good rendition of Youth University by the young ones, the Honorable Prince and Princess Acacia Menin and Prince Alamase. Honorable Empress Naya gave a beautiful rendition of exactly what is taking place with the new and improved international homeschool program. In fact, she began the program this morning with the yoga breathing practice, this uprising. So that within itself was beautiful. We were hoping to see Rasta would do this, but of course he will be joining us hopefully in a moment as well. And then at the same time, we had several presentations today. Of course, I'm sure you all partook of them. In fact, we just completed the the Green Castle Hill project, which we have launched officially today, which is Rescue Mount Anu. We just launched that officially, so you can put that on the table. We officially launched the document, Preserve the Generations to Come. Again, I'm going to encourage anyone who missed that presentation. It's on the YouTube. It's under that specific title, Preserving the Generations to Come. I'm encouraging everyone to take a look at that document. Look at that episode. I think that's the longest segment we had today, but I just went into it, so we could see the importance of investing in our young ones, investing in the minds of the children. And of course, the essay competition was a part of that whole detail Of course, now I don't have the records in front of me, family, but I can tell you we are nowhere close. Listen to me good. We are nowhere close. Nowhere close. Not, we can't even smell the target that we would have set for today. Eh? Remember, the target that we would have set for today is for the national and the international essay competition. Of course, throughout the day, we would have been explaining to the family the importance of such. And that is why I'm even encouraging ones to revisit that specific episode we did today, preserving the generations to come. But anyway, as we go forward, we'll speak a bit more about that and go into the details. But for now, the Farai family are gathering in themselves and coming into the house, family. As I said, we definitely have a wonderful sit down for you this afternoon. The plan for this afternoon, is to bring together Rasta Roundtable and, of course, the welcome to the House of Priests. At the moment, we are streaming on the YouTube and we are also on Radio Anu, and we intend to have a beautiful discussion that should carry us, if not to 6, at least to maybe let's just say 6:30. As you know, we have a special presentation this evening at 7, where we will be relaunching our Pedimec. And even before I go too deep, let me just say a thing about a Pedimec family. Remember, the whole of Pedimec science deals with the coronation of Haile Selassie I, and also deals with the coronation of Menelik II. Of course, Menelik II's coronation is the 3rd of November, 1889. And we all know His Majesty Haile Selassie, 2nd of November, 1930, which we are here basking in such celebration of His and Her Majesty at the moment. So again, this is our 3rd year of Patrons Day, celebrating the coronations and also celebrating the resurrection of Radio Anu. And at the same time, this is actually the 1-year anniversary of the documentary we released entitled A Pedimec. So there is a lot of celebration going on. And as I said this evening, we will be relaunching that. It will be premiered on the YouTube channel. So you can put yourself in order for that. And at 9, we have the premiere of the very short documentary, Anu, the Ancient City. So we intend to have a beautiful time. We have King Isern in the house, and if I'm not mistaken, we have the Honorable Priest Imesley with us thus far. My Lord and my Lord, blessed love.
Blessed love, my Lord.
Oh, my Lord, the elder. King Isern, you there? Yeah, unmute yourself. And let me just...
Yes, hi.
Oh, beautiful family.
Yeah, yep. Greetings.
Greetings, my Lord.
Greetings, sir. The priest, Neil Payne, is that the name I'm looking at?
We call him Priest Imesley, the priest amongst us, you know?
Oh, Priest Imesley.
Priest Imesley, yes. We've got the Honorable Priest Imesley. You know, he's a, I know the guy would have passed through Trinidad, if I'm not mistaken. You know, the Bobo Shandy order is quite large in Trinidad.
Yeah.
Have a very firm setting. Well, we must say that Priest Imesley is the man that actually got the word from King Emmanuel himself to go and establish the foundation in Trinidad. And as he would say, Priest Imesley, that is when the Congress became international. Yes, all them time it was more national. So we give thanks for the elder present with us, my Lord. Blessed Lord.
Yes, sir.
Well, even before we go in, let me just say give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. And we pray that the Most High guide and protect us in all our doings and saying this day, in all our words, let it be upful and right, in all our thoughts. And we pray that we can inspire the community at large. We pray that we can inspire the young ones, the old ones, the elder ones, our patriarchs and our matriarchs. And we pray that we will learn as much as we can impart in knowledge going forward in the future. Praise the Most High. Holy Emmanuel, I.
One moment, my lad.
Please.
One moment.
Good. Well, even as the king go to organize what he's organizing, we can still go through. So yes, my Lord, and of course those who are coming in. So the whole science today, we intend the full Rasta. Everyone got their links. We're looking for the full Rasta round table to come in. I'm looking for Honorable Priest Lamont, of course, Kes Westmore, and even Honorable Empress Maisie should be coming in. Ras Laza should be coming in as well. So we should have a warm house this evening. I know sometimes when a person come in late, they miss what happened before. You may not want that, but that's what it tends to be. But really, today, I wanted us to have it's one subject, two topics. And off the bat, I would say I didn't necessarily set up this for us to try to save the world, really. It's just a conversation. I mean, within Rastafari, I think works are where ones are actually diplomatically, if you want to say, trying to structure Rastafari going forward. Of course, I would expect great things to come out of this reasoning that could assist, but it's not a reasoning as if, well, we're trying to set an agenda going forward. It's just a reasoning. Again, because there are other, avenues that are actually attempting that, which we are ourselves are a part of. So this is just a reasoning. So basically, it's two things I want to touch upon. And I want us, although it's just the three of us here for the moment, as I said, others will be coming in. I'm very positive. But I want to begin. It's Rastafari and the future. That's our discussion for this afternoon. But we're looking at the theology, and we're looking at the state of our economy. So we're going to begin with the discussion on theology. So somewhere during the afternoon, maybe around 5 o'clock, I will have to come in. I don't know how heated it might get. I will have to say, well, this family, we need to switch now to the economy. Both subject areas are very, very, very important. Sometimes I think we forget our economic state, which is not just money, Economic is wealth, eco. You hear eco in it, assets. Even reparation is a part of the discussion of our economic state. So all of that I intend to come in as well as we go into the afternoon. So again, I want to begin. Well, myself and Ras I said we had a discussion earlier, and he already prepped it. And as I said, Honorable Elder, I would love to, since it's us, I would love to give the floor first. But if you prefer,
I prefer
Ras I said to set the pace, because he has the pace in his hand. I'm positive.
Yes, my lord. Yes.
Okay, no problem. King Isa, the floor is yours. You're almost the host here.
Yes, greetings to all ones. Greetings to the elder priest there. My focus have been along the line of the theology of Rastafari in very recent time, with certain knowledge coming into the mainstream. I have to say into the mainstream because the knowledge been around a very long time. But now it comes into mainstream. As I see it, it's having serious impact on our interpretation of scripture and so forth prior to it coming into the mainstream. And I think it's necessary in these times for I and I to really get into theological discussion and really articulate what our position is as Rastafari where theology is concerned. I think a lot of what we still have is really residual of certain practices and so on that we would have adopted, or certain concepts that we would have adopted, seeing that Rastafari basically came up in a Christian culture, you understand? Concept of God and different things of that kind. The only example around us is really the Christian example for the most part, you understand? So in a matter of speaking, I have a way of just putting it in this way. We pretty much just paint the Christian way of interpreting scripture it's gold and green. You understand? So it's not much different. It's not much more depth to it. You understand? And that's been our traditional position. I kind of suspect that this is something that would have grown out with the generation. Because I'm of the firm opinion that Rasta as a movement, as an ideological force, right, is something that develop and grow. Anything, even ideology, philosophy, all these things grow. Anything that now grow is dead. You understand? And from inception coming through, there have been that growth going on. And the different stride in growth that is made in this process is it unfold by the generations. You understand? The different generation of youths that rise up as Rasta, as the biblical traditions say, what is not revealed to one generation will reveal to the next generation. You understand? And so with each succeeding generation, it should be natural to us by that tradition to expect that every generation has their own unique work and their own unique input into this growth process. You understand? And we have to make provision in terms of how we operate, in terms of allowing new ideas and new perspective to come into the fray, because only so that we're going to realize growth really is to have new perspective. It's to have the people who are experiencing this living to report what the experience have taught them and so forth. You understand? Because to me, any person that write a book, any book you get in your hand, you will always be subjected to be interpreted in various ways with different personalities and your perspective that you're coming from and all the rest of it. You understand? You can never be too sure. When you take a book and look at it, you can never be too sure as to what the right interpretation would be in the sense. You understand? But there's no misinterpretation of the lessons that you learn in your own personal experience. And to me, those that you learn in your own personal experience, living Rastafari, is really more valuable than anything that you'd read in any book. You understand? So with each generation, the expectation should be naturally there that you're going to have different vibration. You know, the reasoning is going to take on different shape, but not because it is a departure from the root. It is actually a building on the root. You know what I mean? A foundation look very different to a roof. You understand? So, yeah, so I'm going to say all this thing because I'm going to realize that there's a kind of struggle between, you know, youth and elder. You see, as we go along. And to me, as a man that come through as a youth, same way, I always question how is it? It's like if the biblical traditions say that what is hidden from one generation, they reveal to the next. Then with every generation, there should be the natural expectation that the succeeding generation is going to bring something to the table that you really will have to take heed of, because that would have been something that you would have received.
As a youth, was you rebellious to the status quo, the elders?
I wasn't rebellious, but I was persistent in putting forth what was revealed to me, because I think that I have a generational responsibility.
But they would have interpreted as rebellious.
Well, I would imagine so. I would imagine so.
So all generations go through what we're going through here now. You know, so it's we now have to fine-tune the tradition, because we see it as a on the job training. Because when you look into Rastafari, the criteria it has to say that man is a Rasta man, it's almost null and void. A man just dreadlock and stuff it is a Rasta man, says Selassie. But that in itself is a mistake. Because how me see it, you could imagine what our generation, our elders in the bottom of the slave ship coming over here, what was their one single thought? Because they all had one single thought. The idea? Yeah, man?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
we are here.
Yes, sir.
We good.
They all had one single thought. I want to go home. You don't have to be a rocket scientist. Every man, woman, and child in them ships, that was the singular thought. That thought was so from the bottom of the belly in such a anguish. We are their thoughts. That thoughts manifest into the flesh. Which is you could have seen this generation come and seeking God, but still not see it out of the other world, the white world. That was from in the early 70s and 60s. Because I could speak from a perspective from Trinidad, because I never had no set of Rasta man here. So when His Imperial Majesty came here in 66, all the children who was waving, 7 years after, them was the Rasta man. So it's an internal which arise up. And as I say, it's an on-the-job training. We get called to something that we fully not even really understand, but we move into the calling. And as we move to the calling, we meet up like-minded people and we drift. I remember the brethren them who in 12th tribe, all of we was one. And then as we go older, one drift to 12th tribe, I went in Bobo, some stay in Nyabingi, because basically them is the 3 expressions of Rastafari. Can I say expression? Can I see none really higher than none? All call on His Majesty. So we could look and see how they operate and see the differences in how they approach things, but they are our brothers and sisters. So wherever we find ourselves in now, we have to fine-tune, Bobo, have to fine-tune in what we are dealing with. For instance, we can't continue to say Africa 11,000 miles above sea level, because Africa is wrong. So we have to fine-tune what we are dealing with. When we were small, they taught us, they brought us up. You have on your shoes, your pants, your shirt. We grow older, and we still wearing shoes or sandals, pants and shirt, basically. But they're bigger. So we grow. And the only thing don't change is change. Yet still we don't have a book. But it's an internal calling from since in the beginning. That means to say no. He say, look at how much a word go through before it come out. You had to come out from your voice box, over your tonsils, cross for 2 rows of teeth, over a tongue, over 2 lips before the word come out. And you have 2 ears where don't even have a door. You can't even shut them. So you have to listen. So that internal, when a moment I spend with the man, Jah. So he washing him not. Prophet Selvin washing him not. So I sit down there.
King Emmanuel, eh? King Emmanuel, yes, go ahead, man. I say I'm coming to you now. I think this helping your discussion too a bit.
No. Everything I man. Everything I
man. You know that. Go to my lord.
Yeah. So when he done washing that, he go out in the sun to dry it. He call me, please, and he come. So both of we standing up in the sun. And I just saying that to show you humility. He said, priest, the same God in demand is the same God in this man, you know. This man try to do all right. You know, he say, this man just try to do all right. You know? So it show we that humility. that internal. So as we go along now, we get a better understanding the God what we really are deep pray to. Because I was in the presence of the man with one chalice, but we never kneel down and pray to him. Reality checks. And he prayed too, and we all prayed. But now we get into him understand the fullness of that internal God, what dwells in us all. Come right back to the heirs. What God tell you, you could tell me. And when you tell me, I could tell you.
Yes.
And we go and grow. So just that concept of the living God, present, omnipresent, omnipotent. If we get to be aware and be conscious of that, that's what we have to start show the youth them. To be aware and to be conscious of the omnipotent and the omnipresent God. God is in you. He's in you. He's in us all. It's a simple thought, but it is so powerful. If we really not just say it, but live it, feel it, be it. You know, me tell them what we want to see, we must be. What you want to see, you must be. Because righteousness is contagious like the common cold. I see when we first came to Trinidad here and we start blessed love. Man used to laugh after we. Right now it's bigger than Rasta. It's bigger than Rasta. And not just Rasta. Say, everyone say blessed love, my Lord.
Yes,
yeah. So when we come together, we have an opportunity to show a prototype of Zion on earth. Not where gold falling down, but the atmosphere, the treatment to one another, not just in thought, but in thought, word, and deed. It is so simple, yet it is so, because we have human frailties to deal with. You know, we have a kind of a borderline cult vibes where we're not open for reasoning. Because a first thing I'm gonna say, what Jah did say. And we couldn't limit ourselves to a person saying just that. Yes. When we see that same person, we say, so what do I them think?
No.
My Lord.
Yes, man.
So we have to start see, we have reached to the point where we see God in ourselves. We see that. We reach there. Now we have to see God in our brother and our sister, round and about. You know? So that is the reality checks. We have children, send them to school if we don't have a school. Don't jeopardize children's future. If we don't have a school set up, our parents was not Rasta. We went to school. The school didn't sink we. They still, we say back, we say, no, we are Rastafari. And we frightened. They say we turn to school if there is not an opening set. Children's minds grasp. They do what they see and say what they hear. So anywhere we are, we have to encourage education. We can't have children talking like we talking about Babylon school. I don't support them kind of. We go in the hospital and we see pure Indian and all these Muslims with the stethoscope. We see the black man in security and cleaning up.
Where are they?
So we had to reach for higher aspiration as Rastafari. I say, because it have a kind of a escapism meditation. Oh, man, I do not know, you know, Africa, I ready to go Africa, you know. I may say, in a reality checks. And I know sometimes I say things and it take it out of context. I say, okay, I'll say it like this. Psalm 24, we chant every day. The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. Anywhere on the earth you are on God's green earth. We're going home. We want to go home. But anywhere we are, Jah created, my Lord. We plant and get some harder. How we doing that?
Yes, man. Yes, man.
So we can't dam the bridge we cut. So we dotting with eyes now and we crossing with T's. You know what I mean? It's all that is that kind of a theology, the mindset, your whole mindset. We have to readjust it in a kind of a way. And look and deal in a reality checks. Here chant where them say the material and the spiritual go hand in hand. And sometimes when most of we think, well, the spiritual is more like praises and the material is more like a economic thing. And I get a readings already where show you say, not really so, you know. It's showing you say that they go hand in hand because you see, from you a spiritual man, you have to deal with the material way in a particular way, guiding you. You know, see, it's like you have this killer instinct. The spiritual is guiding and embracing your material part here. Case in point. You have a business. The people them will love to come to a business now because you're looking out and you might be a little few things cheaper to accommodate the poor and have not. But the treatment they get when they come by you, they feel so good about themselves. But I one thing I used to do to me. When you go around by him, he talking for the next 2 minutes, minute and a half. You can't get a word in edgewise. He doing all the talking. And all he talking about is you. And every priest, mighty preacher, my Lord, battles and weapons. And when him done, you can run through a troop and leap over a wall.
I like that you can't get the word. Well, my Lord, let me get the word in here now. I mean, it's mystic, you know, when you're a general, you have to really know how to even change your battle strategy when you're on the field, you know, because even maybe how I had this plan, I had it planned that the whole house would be full right now of brethren and sisters. Okay. And I even sent out the word. I don't think I said you though, I sent out the word to even my troops that listen, because the house is gonna be packed. We have to be rapid fire and X, Y, Z and so on, so on, so. But it's just so mystic how, you know, the energy have it. That is myself, yourself, and my Lord here. And I know for sure, you know, I don't know if you really get it, you know, but all what you said there a moment ago is almost like the energy for the conversation, the vibes going forward to a degree. You know, it's good to see a certain level of freedom even in the eye thinking. Well, I know the eye personally, so it's not like I don't know all of this. As well, because a lot of ones would be very stuck and stiff-necked even in their outlook, and a lot was said, believe me, a lot was said within such. And since it's just myself, DI, and my Lord here for the moment, I'm going to I'm gonna make my Lord complete his thought. especially since now that the Honorable Priest Imsley would have expressed himself there.
Yes, my Lord.
Well,
Majesty.
The Honorable Rasta is
Majesty.
yes, my Lord. Yes, King, I said.
no, saying. I man hear the brethren say Majesty, so I thought he was interjecting again. Sorry.
You are Majesty, my Lord. You are Majesty, my Lord.
Blessed, my elder, because there, you know, I mean, just to hear the man deliverance take a while, and the level that the I reasoning as an elder, I man very, very, very humbled by how the man reason. I mean, where I was going with the conversation, I don't even need to go there too tough.
Oh, no.
I mean, I can take the cue from where you left off because you take it in the perfect direction.
That's the vibe.
And you said all of the right things. I man particularly take heart when you tell that, you know what I mean, as a youth, when you ask if I'm rebellious, you understand? And so, yeah, and you say, well, that's a part of the journey too. You can get your pushback. Yeah. You know what I mean? I might give thanks to that. I might consider that a kind of guru advice. You understand? So, love and respect to you, my elder. Love and respect.
Rastafari.
To strengthen, to build further, and the underlying the reason that we've been going from me to you so far. I'm perfectly in agreement with Regine, that what we need to focus on in Rastafari is better religious education. That's the way I would put it. You see?
That's right.
And I need to utilize, like, for example, the word Dudley here. Right? Now, Nyabingi is the main order here.
Okay.
And it's the place where members of the community will gather to have ritual and stuff like that. And in my opinion, as a youth that grew up in the Bingi, at this point, I think that the Bingi really should position itself to provide information to members of the community that assist them on their spiritual journey. To understand that God that you refer to, elder, that internal one. Right. You see, we're all experts in making reference to the events and world stage and His Majesty role and so forth. But the part that I see being undermining us is the development of the internal one. And even in the Bingi order and so on, I can't speak for Bobo and the other sect, but I know, particularly from the Bingi order here in Antigua, we do not provide sufficient, not even near sufficient information for members of the community that really would help them on that growth path. You understand? To develop that understanding and that connection with that inner God. We shun reasoning things like metaphysics and all these kind of things, which really help you to understand that internal part, because metaphysics is all about interpreting the scripture in a way to empower your person, not necessarily to point outside of yourself towards world event and different character that basically acted on the world stage. You understand? Most time when I go Bingi, I will say we have nigger business Bingi. Why I say that? Because more time we sit down and we talk about what George Bush do, what this man do, what that man do, and all these people in the world do. And then we will come back and then we querying about the lack of unity and love among ourselves. You understand? And I say to myself, well, listen, you see that love and unity thing there that we're having problem with? When you develop that internal God that you're referring to, elder, that's when you get the control over that internal force there that cause discord and disunity and gossip and all them things. So you see, only when you develop your connection, when you become who you really are, beyond the persona, the physical body, only when you know yourself at that depth, that you can really gain control over your lower nature, and able to curb jealousy and envy and all these kind of different things that create discord among us. Our language are always very correct, you know what I mean, in terms of what is righteous and all the rest of it. We can speak about unrighteousness in the world, we can pinpoint it everywhere. But the one thing that we struggle with in the movement is how we shape characters, using our information, creating information that gear towards doing just that. Shape character. Let a person connect with them inner self and that inner God. Because the truth is, when you find Jah internally, you find yourself simultaneously. Because at our most essential level, we and the Creator are one. As the man quote the scripture, earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof. I mean, it's easy to say it, but you have to go through an experience internally for really have a real fervent and intrinsic sense of it. You understand? And when you develop that one, there's where they say your faith strong and your confidence strong and so on in this principle for deliver you all the way through life. You see it? So that is what I would wish to add to what I say as it relates specifically to Rastafari. I and I, as the man rightly point out, have to now organize information and our teachings towards helping ones to develop, to find self. Our original premise really was to point out who the Messiah is and to prepare ourselves, as the man is saying the early same way, to left from down here and go up to Africa and go Zion. You understand? These were the main focus. In the early when we say man have to know themselves. In my initial stage, I used to understand that to mean that you have to know yourself to be an African. I'm thinking about the ethnic self. You know, the mortal side of the self. And then later in the chat, then I learn more about the internal self, which is a separate entity.
Well, as I was saying, when the student is ready, the master appears.
Blessed. Blessed.
You know? So, yeah, as I say, what we want to see, we must be. True. So we must see that one, what we're talking about. That you can see, I will say, it's a hard road to travel. Many a lonesome valley, many dark waters roll, you know. So, because the more you desire to be, and the more you're going to get tests to be.
Ah.
And it's just a natural. It's just a natural. True. You know what I mean? So, it's I was saying, they say, when you blame people for what happened to you, you ain't start your journey. When you blame yourself, you're halfway the journey. When you blame no one, nothing, it's just your journey. You're on your journey.
And it takes different levels of understanding and maturity in spiritual growth to make you assume all of those positions, correct?
Natural. So it takes the first thing itself. So from we getting that calling in ourselves now. Look, me and you meet up today. You know that way there. You strengthen. You strengthen Nigel with that. Because I come in on and I really don't even know what to say. See, that's the idea. I just don't know what to say. I just listen say, well, what am I going to say? I can't. The priest tell me, you know. But as we say, you know, open your mouth and the word will put the word. Therefore, you must be a keen listener to your own conversation.
Yes,
because it's not a pre-planned thing, you know. So that is the growth what we're looking for. So we have the foundation, you know. Remember, yes, your parents they bring we in Rasta, you know. We have the foundation now. So we picnic can't go astray. School is not to teach you morals. School is to teach you about subjects. Maths, physics, biology, chemistry. That's what you learn. No, you learn moral and integrity and all these standards of the higher self at home. It's being practiced at home. Well, on the Bobo Shanti way, you know, so we have the 7 Psalms, 6, 12, and 6. You have Sabbath, you know. So you have a sort of a discipline to keep you within that spiritual realm, not neglecting the temporal, you know.
That's right.
So now we have to start develop skills and these things. So I just say our stay in Babylon should be our resume to go home. Because when they come and see what we do in it with what we have, they're going to welcome we home. Because they're going to see our balanced society within our own little cells.
Yes, my Lord. Yes, Lord.
My Lord.
Let me ask them, just give thanks again. Let me just remind everyone, you know, this is a special gathering I was actually just checking some of my links here to make sure that my pipe's not clogged, really, you know, because I have a host of family that should be coming in, but I'm not seeing them. I know everyone get the same connection, everyone get the same link, you know. But anyway.
My lad, to speak to Rasquamai.
Yeah, we say.
spoke a short moment ago. He should be on momentarily. He was on his way home about 10
My
minutes.
brother say you don't have no internet there. All right, they're gonna come to that with great joy. So give thanks to the conversation and even the royal family. We have a lot of ones here in the chat really getting through. Rasta, amen. You know, there's some conversations going forward, giving thanks for the words, giving thanks for the inspiration. Kian, Black Star Movement Association, always with us. Rasta Daniel definitely always with us. You know, everyone just sharing their vibration there in the chat forward. So yeah, give thanks to the conversation, you know. And I just want to ask even Honorable Priest Imsley, you know, if you could just give us maybe a few maybe quick testimonies as it relates to your encounter with King Emmanuel, as it relates to that if you want to use the term, not just human aspect of him as such that you were speaking of when you were trying locks and so, but the specific teachings of the God within. I'm going to tell you why I want this here, because really, even when I grafted this discussion and this reasoning, you know, it was on that level. It is nothing for us to be ashamed of. We are evolving. But the King Emmanuel that we know, and for sure that the I know, his evolution was really way ahead of many of I and I know. Even like, for example, the I for sure that even amongst him, it was a strong dogma even within us. And this is how I get it from the elders, even from like yourself. I'm sure it is maybe in latter times you would have looked within yourself and say, hey, I have to change my way of thinking when it comes to this. You know? I have to change my way of looking at things. But yet still, King Emmanuel would have always stressed that. Priest Aitafa, the Honorable Priest Aitafa, and even before I met him, I would always hear him speak of this bubble that went on some mission for King Emmanuel, and he was out there telling his family or somebody about the man up on the hill, and the man got up on the hill, and they say, oh, stupid minister telling me about man and hill is God and something. And he said when he went back now and he tell King Emmanuel, my Lord, I trying to show them people down the hill that the eye up here is Christ. You know, King Emmanuel said, well, my Lord is supposed to tell them about the God within you. And then show them about the God within themselves before you tell them. And you hear that narrative from other ones too. And you just, to be honest, you just actually gave a rendition of that. What I asking you, you actually gave a testimony of that too. Where, you know, but yet still, I don't know if you want to say maybe the Christian energy that we were jumping out of, it didn't really, all of it didn't really jump off of us. And so in many cases, we kind of just turn Jesus into Rastafari, you know, in many cases. So I just wanted a few, you know, maybe of your testimony as it relates to King Emmanuel, stressing that, like a one-on-one testimony that day I would have gone through.
I look at the Christian thing, my lad, and it's a chariot where we ancestors used to teach we moral values and teach we even the presence of God. So my mother did love to Jesus, and she was a saint to me. I even considering right now to make a button and with she picture on it and wear it. And I say, so the chariot, what they especially in our generation, is that Christian chariot way, as you say, yeah. Somehow we fall prey to that way, wherein we start take the analogy literal. You know? Yeah, man?
Yes, my lord, real
That's right.
clear. I just kind of trying to navigate some of the brothers.
Yeah. So we take the analogy literal. You know, for a person asked me already in the prophecy, what I think is the greatest thing the Christ character did. So I say, well, I can't walk on water, so I couldn't imagine that, you know. Even though sometimes we take a little bit of food and feed plenty, but I still could do that like that. But I say from a human point of view, I could imagine a man nailing something in your hand. From a human point of view, I could analyze that analogy and say, when they say forgive them for they don't know what they do, and the greatest thing that to me in that analogy, and that's what it is, an analogy, you know, that way there. So that is how I did, you know, even read the Bible. Because it's a simple, I always tell we use it as a compass. Kind of right and wrong mix up in it. You know. So they came together and they put these 66 books and show the world, well, yeah, this is it. The most successful book. Everybody read the book. And they can look in the book and say, yeah, I've followed that. And they can look in the book and say, yeah, that even some copacetic. So if you have some man will say, well, when we reach Africa, we're not going to use the Bible no more. And we're not going to use the hymn book no more. So as a man, I don't venture in matters too high. So I couldn't say that because I still feel the power of the 7 Psalms reading and the bass drum licking and the Sabbath service and the Monday and Wednesday with the Naya Congo drum and the chanting. You know, it rests there in my heart and I see it work for me. Because it strengthens me to deal with life out there, the shortcomings and the disappointments and the good times and the bad times. That's why I figure say they are incorporated. Psalm 100 say, let us make a joyful noise. So it's a joy when like-minded people could come and clap and sing. It's a power, you know. It's our literary. So as I say, some people say we're not going to use that. I wouldn't even get into that far in the future right now. Plenty of we in Africa and we still don't have a tabernacle. So work.
It's a direct testimony I want from
one of the acts I see of Prince Emmanuel to show me he's not dogmatic.
Right.
And yeah. Monday, the word come down, Jack coming in Taba. So every man, woman, and child are going to become Monday and Wednesday service, just like a Sabbath service, you know why? No, it's me and our brethren, Priest Diego, and we have one white row between two away. So more time I either wear it morning, he wear it evening, he wear it morning, I wear it evening. You know, on Sabbath. This particular Monday then said, yeah, come in at the Taba. Priest they go say, priest I see you know you have a brethren still, you know. But we have to use that rope today, you know. And we say, well, it's not actually your rope. So I go up in the office now and I say, my Lord, I'd like to come at this service, but we don't have a white robe, my Lord. Just say, what color robe you have? I say, I have a red robe. And go and put it on, I wait for you. So I fly over and put on the red robe and come and me and Jah walk together to the Taba. Say we pray and going in the Taba and in the choir row, the first row behind Daniel band. And
with the white turban, the red robe with the white turban.
Every man and woman and child in white. I dread in a red robe in the front next to that. So it teach me how render your heart and your God. Because you see the heart, because I really wanted to go. You know, yeah. So that is one of the things where I see of the man. And I went through something where I see the man raw too. Yeah, the man raw after me, raw, like a blood-bed lion. Tears come on my eye. Me weep before the black Christ, my Lord. He said, it was not an enemy that rise up against you. We walked together in the house of God in company. We kept holy day together. You see, when one like that rise up against you, it touch your heart and soul. So I experienced that. And that is what it was. Experiences. So I experienced the joy. Precisely the new priest would just come here and write him and tell him, you know, we accept him and if he could send on a priest. He said, well, it would be wise, sir, for you to come up right now, letter. So I reach up there, I stop off in Barbados, Antigua, St. Croix. And I want my turban because when it touch me so I just put on a turban. Oh, what it take me for learn how to do it. So when I reached to that, I have on a turban. He never asked me who put on the turban, where I was. Anyway, and that was the Wednesday. The Friday, and I would priest, I'm the is only a priest when a priest is needed and you're on the altar for Sabbath. And I said, but what am I going to say? I don't know nothing. Yeah, all right. Yeah.
George family, sorry, excuse me. Can you hear me?
Yes, my lad.
Yes, beloved, highly blessed, Rastafari. I'm gonna have to sign out and try and sign back in. I've got no video. It won't come up. I'm going to sign out and come back in.
King Rasta, give thanks, my Lord.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so as I say, so it was a glory. Besides, the first time I eat sweet stuff, every man bringing a sweet stuff for me. The next year, I went through a thing which I wrote for me. So I feel the joy and I feel the sorrow. Yeah. And it was all that experience, because that's what will make me how me is. Because I ask a man, say, if every day, 3 times a day, or 6 times a day, what if we go service? We say, teach us to forgive, that we might be forgiven. How could you learn to forgive, my Lord? Could you read it out or take a test and pass it and say, well, yes, I know how to forgive. The only way you learn how to forgive is by somebody mashing your toe consciously or unconsciously.
My Lord. I'm getting a little feedback there. I don't know if it's me. Yes, my Lord, give thanks. You know, we had Rasta for Selassie just coming there a moment ago, but he will return again in a few moments. We're gonna, yes, as I said, looking for the the grand house today, but it's just so that they have planned it still. But let me ask Honorable King Rasta to be reasoning
Yes, I.
as it relates to, and I see Honorable Kes Westmore like he coming in as well, you know, so one's coming into the family. But it's just a quick, I don't want to even take too long on my expression here, King Ison, but kind of hardcore now with the theology. So we have to see it hard. We're getting that. Somebody blowing some horns. That's by you, King IMZ.
Nobody, the selling snow cone.
Okay. Okay.
The selling snow cone.
Yeah, right to laugh.
Yes, I.
As a human intermission there. Yeah, my lord. Now, I know the reasoning. Hardcore again, the theology. I want the to take it. The theology. Highly Selassie, for sure, at the center of the theology, the divine. We speak of scripture, and as I said, that's where we come in. Now, so when we say Haile Selassie is the Almighty now, that's a very serious thing. When we say Haile Selassie is the Almighty, I mean, how we take it now is a deep conversation. In fact, I did a program recently on Almighty and Most High. This is just my theory. Everybody have their own different outlook. But it's something I did a while back, but I just felt to kind of refresh it. And quickly, let me explain it just quickly. My outlook really, and I think I would have evolved into this outlook. And it goes with a lot of deep science, really. Just science and creation, and the unfathomable, as they call it, and the scope and all of these different things. All of this come into play in what I'm trying to express here.
Yes, my lord.
Now the Almighty, just as the term says, the Almighty. I would say the all in all. To me personally, the Almighty is the intelligent. I want everyone to hear me good enough. I see one's coming in. King Cypher Selassie, like he has returned. Kes Westmore is there. One's going. I don't know if King Cypher Selassie got his camera working, but and Honorable Priest Richie, when you're ready, you could put on yours and that's quite nice. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, and we look into actually, but anyway, let's see how we go with the time. So again, all in all, I just want to grasp this good. All in all, just like how in Islam they say all, just all. There's a term, known as, there's a term called, once we use the term multi-universe. No, that's a wrong term. Multiverse. That's can work. Because uni means one. I just want to hear me good. Uni means one.
Right.
So if for some reason science has the ability to say, hey, the universe stop here and look over the fence and next universe over there. Well, no. Anything that is anywhere is a part of the universe. Because whatever, maybe we had the wrong conception of what a universe is. But if it is, it's a part of the universe. Whether it's in a next dimension or even if it's in a parallel world. So again, let me return. So to me, the Almighty is again the intelligent nucleus that governs all things that exist. There's an intelligence. An intelligence. Someone said it on the last Rasta roundtable, I remember, but there's an intelligence. So nobody have to do anything. It's already in motion. Everything is in motion. If you get cut, the cut gonna heal back naturally. If a sperm touch an egg, I gonna be here talking to you. If whatever, it's just an intelligence. You don't have to go and try to crank up the wind so the hurricane can blow. Everything already set in motion, wherever it is. Different world, different parallel levels, because science proves that parallel worlds exist. So that's just a totally different discussion. But still, all of that is governed by the intelligent nucleus that governs all things. Now, hear me go. That same, what I just described, obviously dwells in everything that has life. Once there is life, because my outlook on life is not my life and your life and his life. It's life.
Natural.
We share in life. The opposite of life is not death. The opposite of death is to be born. Life different. I know with the life and death, it has its context. But what I talking about now, there's no stoppage to life. Life don't got no death. That's a different realm you're talking about. So to me, the life now, life is God. King Emmanuel teaches this. The life, King Emmanuel say, God in everything, God in the devil. The life itself, which we all share, life, love, is the God as the God, the Almighty. Now, to me, the Most High now, because if you're a Most High, that means the fact that you say Most High, there's some sort of comparison that came into the picture here. So the whole picture changed. Because if the Almighty is the intelligence within everything, you know, whether it's a leaf on the tree, a little thing you see flying in front of you, it's life, it's the existence, it's a part of the intelligence that run all things, everything. Yes. Deeper than even, you can even start to even meditate. But yet still, amongst all these things, there's a Most High. Now, I have to put it in a human capacity. I can't go to aliens. I can't go beyond, you know what I mean? And in even our discussions, like the previous reasoning we had on Rasta Roundtable, I mean, I don't know if they hadn't watched the channel. I had to come back and speak about that whole vibration of how even King Isa used Haile Selassie as that, like this moral standard that came into the picture. I even teach my children what the item was speaking about. I go back and refine it and sit my youths them down and say, it's serious. When how the earth was like an empty shell, and although they had gangs of European authorities put together, there was no moral standard. There was no civil rights. I showed them all of that. There was no human rights. Nothing, no teachers' right, no workers' right. None of these things existed, you know, until Haile Selassie brought that morality into the scope. Man, Kings, that was a deep reasoning that night. I give enough respect to Rasquamai for that reasoning there. So anyway, let me not take up too much of the time, but just, I know the idea, man, who listening have intelligence. You see where I go with it. And I have to go and explain why I would see Haile Selassie fit the Most High category. And I say, well, if you're talking the creation, if Selassie walk into the sun, you can get done up like every. No, I'm not talking fable now. I'm talking reality. You know, there's a lot of hosts according to the scripture. So you have a whole host. There's the highest of the hosts. But anyway.
Oh, blessed greetings, my Lord.
Honorable Empress, Sister May.
Give thanks, Honorable.
Thanks for coming in. Yes.
My Lord.
And others came in with you, Ras Adonis, Honorable Priest Lamont, and the house just get packing them in like a nick of time, as they say. Eh? Well, let me just welcome the full family here. Honorable Ras Kwamai, King Ras Selassie. Again, myself and Honorable Priest Imesley and King Ras Eisen, we would have been having a wonderful reasoning as it relates to Rastafari and the future going forward and our theology. I was just saying in a few minutes, we're going to see this aspect of the discussion, and then the house just pack up here, you know. We have been basking on the theological part of it. We began not knowing where we would go, so I'm not going to try to recap I don't know if there are any more watching, but I'm not going to try to recap. In the interest of time, I'm just going to go around the table and let the ones express whatever they have in mind as it relates to Rastafari and the future as it relates to our theological state. Now, because the house is packed now, I'm going to just ask, if we could just make a swift presentation. It could be 7 minutes, somewhere around as we go around. And if we could allow the presenter to make the presentation until everybody get their clarity. I will begin with Raskwamai, so we can pick up a rhythm and then move on to Rap King Cypher Selassie, and we just come through and everyone can express themselves according to maybe what they hear as well. So it's Rastafari going forward, the theology, our state of mind as it relates to the theology. So, Honorable Priest Imesley and King Ras Ison, so we'll just allow ones to free up themselves until we get around the table. Yes, Raskwamai. You are on mute. The mic, not you, the mic on mute.
Yes, I.
You're breaking up, man, on phone with me talking, but I breaking up. I ain't breaking up, bro. So it's true,
Yes, I. Blessings, one love. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, you're clear, King.
Yes, I. Respect, honorable. Greetings to the Rastafari family worldwide. Greetings to Roundtable family, seeing and the audience. Yeah, very interesting topic. Where do we go from here? That's how we see it. I would just like to begin with some words from the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And as far as our theological position is concerned, I'll just begin with his admonition, or what he encouraged the African family to do, and that is to create a religion of I and I own without any apology to the powers that be. That should sink in. Now, where should we go from here? As far as Rastafari and our theological outlook, how we address our divine objective, His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie. I think moving forward from here, what we need to do and what is going to happen, because this is something that is inevitable. You see, something that is inevitable that have to happen, and that is that from here, our theology will be coming out of I and I, as far as constructing the roads to our spirituality, constructing the narrative as far as how Haile Selassie becomes God, how Haile Selassie is supreme, how Ethiopia and Africa and so on is getting this kind of reverence from I and I think as far as what we're doing now, we're using the Bible, and we're not kicking the Bible, as I continually says that we can't throw away the baby in the bath water. You see, because all of I and I know that within the biblical scriptures there are embedded the principles, these strong principles, these universal principles that can allow man like I man to can appreciate and use and become a better person. But as far as Rastafari, the movement go, I think that we just need to look at our own narrative, you see. And one way that we can start doing that, not throwing away the Bible, I made a very, very important point a few roundtables forward, that we need to start using it as far as, instead of looking at His Majesty outward and looking at using the Bible to project to see a savior or a redeemer outwardly, we have to start using the Bible as a means for identifying our internal chart, our internal journey, you see. And for example, that will take us to see the birth, the death and the resurrection of the Christ within I and I self. You see? So that is a way to me of you know, getting a different aspect of the Bible. But all in all, Rastafari need to develop our own biblical narrative, our own biblical philosophy, our own, you know, theological concept that, you know, can say, yes, we are fulfilling the divine words of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, in that we have created a religion, the religious part with the theology of our own. You see? So I'm just going to stop there, very short, and allow other ones to come forward, you know, bearing in mind.
Just so we can run through the time and get everyone's. I don't get King Cyprus Selassie, but when they come again, the last statement you make that we need to create certain things. I was going to ask if we haven't done that already, especially within Rasta. Rasta have so many different pockets of outlook. Bernard Carrington.
Well, when we're talking about our culture, yes, we have done culture from our own. We have created a culture of our own. We have created a language of our own. You see, we have adapted. We have pulled together almost all of the faculties of nationhood. Yeah. But theology-wise, as far as seeing how we view His Majesty, the narrative that is involved in, you know, getting to His Majesty as this divine objective, as this God figure, we need to do that on our own.
I get you now.
You see, and not with the help of the Judeo-Christian philosophy or theology, because it is the Judeo-Christian theology. You see. So you have to come out of Rastafari organically.
I will hold up the discussion with questions or comments. Rasta, come to them.
Yes, family. Yes.
If we can't see it, it's okay, man. I know how it is.
Yes, greetings, family. My what Zoom me updated. I can't. My camera doesn't work right now. I don't know why. I've logged in a few times and I can't deal with it. So I can speak though.
Yeah, we can hear you. In a little thing. Everybody else, if you can mute your mic for I will do the same. Yes, King Cyphers Lassie. So you're done getting the vibes. You already know where we are, Rastafari, and the theology going forward, where we stand. You know, does it need re-examination? You know, yeah, I know how to take it in my Lord. Blessed Lord.
Yes, beloved, give thanks, Rastafari. Greetings to one and all who is watching and everybody on the panel. Personally, is a very deep subject. One thing to try and just in response to our brother Raskwami, you know, to come away from the Judeo-Christian element of Rastafari. He's coming away from His Majesty's teaching, as far as I'm aware, because to follow the footsteps of His Majesty and to follow the teachings of His Majesty, these are aspects of the teaching of His Majesty. Now, it's not to say that we must accept the 2,000-year-old concept. The concept remains the same, but to not to allow the future or the revolution of the movement. And when I say the revolution of the movement, I mean Rastafari as a revolutionary movement. But the revolution is the revolution of time. So time can't turn back. So we need to move forward with the time. But personally, I think as Rastafari, you know, being amongst our now that we have the ability to link each other. The world has become very small. We can link one another as we are today. We're in all over the world, in different parts of the world. So we need to get the economic balance. We can't say without the theology, because really theology is based on agriculture. And the agricultural aspect of Rastafari is the basis of everything. And then society is built, it emanates from the basis of agriculture. So even when we see that they have fasts and feasts and these things in seasons, and when you see in the Ethiopian church, they have over half the year of fasting, because they are moving within the cycles and the seasons of the agricultural foundation of Ethiopia as an agricultural country. So I as Rastafari, if we throw away if we not throw away, I wouldn't. That's not the right word. Ras Kwame didn't say that. But if we put aside the theological aspect, the theological aspect is actually keeping in time with the universe, keeping perfectly in timing with the universe. And there are two different, as the item know, I always talk about the two different the two different questions of time, the two different, the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, how they are tied together. The fasting and the feasting is the matter of tying the different cycles together, the northern hemisphere time and the southern hemisphere time. The southern hemisphere time works in a different, it has a different springtime than the springtime in the north. So these things is this is theology. Theology is the expression of being able to it's the expression of being able to, or it's being able to express intellectually the understanding of the cycles of time. So whatever mansion I belong to is now irrelevant. We have to deal with Rastafari and economics, and then we are all allowed to then follow His Majesty's teaching, where he says a man's belief is his own belief. So I've got nothing wrong with, Priest Isaac and I don't have the same. What we do have in common is Kadamawi Haile Selassie, and each one of I and I on this program. That's the only thing we have in common, whatever ever we're dealing with. Whether we want to be, as our brother, I'm sure our brother from Trinidad there, I'm sure he sounds like he's got a 12 tribe background. I know the item. I don't know Ras Kwame, I don't know what background he has, but I think Ras Isun is from a Nyabingi background. I'm from a Nyabingi ground also, as well as the Orthodox Tewahedo faith, because the Tewahedo faith is I and I. Tewahedo means God in man. So if we're going to put that in Rastafari talk, we're saying I and I. So we have to come above all of the things find the things what we have in common, not the things that we have which take us apart. So if I want to put personally, I personally would never do away with the Bible, because His Majesty says He glories in the Bible. He's in it. He is the Bible. His Majesty, as I and I was talking last night, Ras Kwame and Bridget, who was on the station, we say His Majesty is everything. There's nothing where His Majesty isn't. He's in the simplest thing. Even today, if I did have a camera, we would have bring up everything. I would have just bring up a flower from Jamaica, a spring flower from Jamaica. It's a little white flower that grows up in the spring grass, and it's got six limbs, six little petals on it, little white flower. Well, it looks like you're doing His Majesty's sign. You can see His Majesty's sign going one way and the other way. As the Star of David. That is the spring flower of Ethiopia, because His Majesty is in everything. So that's what I would leave it there, my brethren and family. Just to say, make we concentrate on what we have in common, which is Kadamawi Haile Selassie. Jah Rastafari.
In our respect, I see some hands up, but I think we gliding so nicely, as a moderator and as a field marshal, King Kwame was very smooth. Cypher Selassie, beautiful. I really love give thanks. I don't want you to comment too long neither, and I don't want to ask no question. I would like to go with the flow. King Isern, I don't know what you're asking now. Just hold tight for me now, please, please. Priest Lamont, I see your hands up, but it is DI I was actually coming to next. Just hold tight guy. Yeah, he's supposed to actually be my co-host here today. Priest Lamont, after DI, I'll come to Empress Maisie, and then the Rabbi, Adonis.
Please, I've been on a program from morning. I have to leave you now.
Okay, you have to make a move.
Because I've been on a, remember we have been on a program from this morning till now. So I am sitting here, I just need to, so if I can say what I have to say and get to cover a few things, the day is almost over.
Yeah, man, it's up there. Yes, of course.
All right. Blessed greetings to the royal family on the panel. Greetings to the Honorable Priest Isaacs. They have been very valiant in putting forward, you know, the word and the mission of the Most High, Haile Selassie I. You know, this day, you know, celebration going through. You know, Honorable Priest, I've listened to a few of the speakers because I've just come on. So, from the gist of what I heard and from the topic that we are talking about, you know, I see clearly that we have eked out a culture for ourselves. We have, of course, developed a sense of praising our own God. We have, of course, been walking in a theological way. And what I don't see we are doing, though,
yeah, go ahead. Your mic went on mute. I don't know how that happened. If your mic went on mute, your mic is on mute, Honorable Priest Lamont. You hear me, my lord? Okay, I don't want to move on and then he come back in. Honorable Priest Lamont. Okay, well, you're on mute though. You're definitely muted. All right. Oh, I wish I would. Yes.
The war is a part of our theology.
Okay.
That we are seeing now. Because if we were to go scripturally, we would have seen prophecies of that time of wars and rumors of war. And we are seeing those things now. But how are we analyzing it? Because if theologically we are dealing with the right way, and we are talking about how our theology is moving us forward, because it has brought us thus time. This is where it has brought us. We analyze what are we going to analyze now.
I think it's a problem with my lord's phone here. And the first time we have a little issue.
What's the new phone?
Yes. It's scratchy, it's going out and it's scratchy as well too.
Someone is calling, that's why. All right, let me say it.
Okay.
I'm talking about how we are analyzing our theology in the sense that
oh man.
All right, my lord, I understand. I think
sorry, how do we relate it to now where we can use it? For instance, what security are we building in relation to how theology is going? Are we, as the brethren said a while ago, looking at our economic status? Because one of the basic things that King Abraham Selassie said is that we were to organize and decentralize. And how are we doing that in relation to our theology moving forward? How are we doing that? How are we getting ourselves geared in tandem with theology and how our theology is going to move us forward. How do we think? Is it something that we just talk about praising God or reading the Bible or chanting Psalms or being religious? Or is it something that, as the brethren said, we put in a practical way, like agriculture, sustainable food security, sustainable water security, sustainable human resource in terms of unity in the oneness of how we think, how we put our thought process together to create that kind of energy, that kind of ecology that is going to make us self-sustainable. What if we were to be challenged now in this present war, when we look at the kind of system with the war in Russia that is damaging all the grain system in the Ukraine, and we are talking now about war in the Middle East and how it's going to affect food, oil, water. What is Rastafari doing in terms of all of that? Because that is a part of our theology. In understanding theology, how theology is how we think, how we live, is the reality of life existence, which praising some divine source or source of power is a common thing to all human life on earth. So theology must not be just analyzed in its religious theocratic order that most people are used to in some kind of churchical and ceremonial way. It has to be real and practical and broken down into real life situation. How it makes our children be self-sufficient and properly educated in the right theology for them. You know, so that's how I look at theology and Rastafari moving forward.
I agree that part. Yes, my lord.
Ourselves and centralizing ourselves in the greatest way. That is how we are going to even empower our God that we praise.
True, God, yeah, man. True, my Lord. Give thanks, man. Give thanks. So give thanks to the precious word, my Lord, and give thanks for the moment they spend with I and I. Even if you get a chance that you can watch it, because we actually although yeah, we're gonna get the time in. We're gonna actually go around the table and an economic specifically discussion, as you know, as well. So I mean, everything is so balanced here. But yes, my Lord, in the interest of time, give thanks, and we're gonna go just straight to the Honorable Empress Mariam, the Honorable Empress Maisie. Give thanks, matriarch of such a Congress. Yes, Honorable Priest Lamont, ask guidance.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Priest Isaac. So if I manage, I forward in, you know, but I'm going to deal with some people are calling. So, yeah, man. I'll forward it.
Give thanks. Honorable Empress Maisie, give thanks for your presence with us. Give thanks again. And for those who may not know, and I'm sure most do know, but even for my panelists, if you know you need a reintroduction or an introduction, Honorable Empress is again long-standing matriarch of this Congress, you know, of this order from such time as we would say, you know, one of our elder mothers within this order, who highly respected by I and I. So we definitely are very honored to have her on this panel as, you know, the voice of the Woman Freedom Liberation League. Honorable Empress Maisie, blessed love.
Oh, blessed love, Majesty.
So any words you'd like
again,
to share, according to what you've heard?
Pardon, my Lord.
Any words you'd like to share with us in accordance to what you would have heard thus far?
Yes, my Lord.
Blessed, go to.
Blessed love, as I would looking from a younger days for the Rastafari movements, you know, we have always been dealing with the the spiritual part of it, where you sing and, you know, chant, and the churchical part of it. But now, in these times, as we look around and see what is going on, we need the balance of both worlds. But the Rastafari movement, even to attract and keep young ones and one getting interested and involved with the Rastafari tradition, we also have to show them that it's not just a spiritual part. We have to also have the development to get young people interested and involved, because a lot of young ones, young youth that grow up, they have to turn back, turn to Babylon system then to make a living, you know, to find a way to survive, because that development that we should have had over the years is not there for young people to say, okay, I can have a future and I can, within my organization, work to make my living and my development for family without have to really look forward back to the Babylon system. So the younger youths these days, you have to know what is it you are saying to them, because these are the millennials, these are the young youths of information. So whatever information that you're gonna give to them, even young one that we come and ask you about Rastafari tradition because they are interested, they are searching, you know, you have to make sure so that whatever culture is it you're going to give them is something, is not a myth or they say a fairy tale. It have to be that when they go and do the research, they can actually know that yes, this is actually part of history. This was something that was done or been said, you know, because sometimes with our culture, there is cultures that even when you said it to young people and they go and they research and then come back and say, but I can't find that. I can't find that part that you are telling me. So we have to know what it is, that when they go and they do their research, they can actually back up what they are saying. And with development, we need, right now, the way the world is running, we have to know that about temporal and spiritual. So with development, we have to find way to plant our food security, as Jalamon said, food security, our water system and all these things, because to how we see the other day, we have the pandemic and everybody running around like headless chicken when they couldn't have movements and all these things. So all the time that Prince Emmanuel been telling us that we have our little storerooms and we need to plant our food and we have our, you know, our water security at all times, that if anything should come up, you know, we can help each other sustain ourselves in this time. So that's just my little part of it, you know.
Holy Emmanuel, that's yeah, Rastafari. Give thanks. It's like we done going into the economic discussion there, you know. So and I'm just we gone strong into that.
I just like to make one point, my lad. Theology means the studying about God.
Yes,
That's theology, period.
Period.
It comes from two Greek words, theos, God, and logos, word. So theology is literally the studying about God, my lad.
All powers. Give thanks. To the rabbi. Before I go to the rabbi, though, I like what Honorable Empress Maisie was saying of even when you bring information to the youths and they come back and say they can't find that. That kind of really touched me, you know. So, that's why I gave a little laughter, a little chuckle. Yes, Honorable Rasta Adonis.
Yes.
As they say, laughter, Isiak. I got is.
What?
Tell my name for me, please.
What, Isaac? Oh, Yitzhak? Yitzhak.
Yitzhak.
Yitzhak. Boy, them hard, Yitzhak.
It's still in my
Very,
name.
very,
And
very,
of the
very-
Rasta doing this. Give thanks, my Lord, for your blessings with us and coming in, and give thanks, for that previous program we did. Many ones have spoken highly of, the energy that you brought forward with the whole linguist meditation and the different vibration of the Arabic and the Ge'ez and the Amharic and everything. And the whole energy was beautiful. I myself fully enjoyed it. That program there is a 5-star program in itself, full of a lot of knowledge, full of a lot of frequency. That previous Rasta Roundtable, I
Yes.
definitely am basking in it up to now. I said a word about it even before you came in earlier to the Honorable Rasta Isaiah and King Kwame for their rendition. I don't know if they got a chance to go back and watch it.
Yeah,
And
man.
actually, deep vibes. But yes, my Lord, give thanks.
Your question too, and I hope that we can, build on that. That was a very, very interesting question concerning the name and the I name, within them hard. So what the brother says, not to contradict what our honorable brother said about theology being the study of God, but if we break it down even more basic, it's basically God word. Theo means God, and logos actually means word. Within the later European understanding, they add the OLOG, and that does mean study, but it all comes down to God word. And made me look up what does that mean in Amharic? In Amharic, how do we say theology? We say Sine Melekot. Sine Melekot. It's a Gu'ez word. Gu'ez construction. Sine means, it comes from Sinai, which means the beauty, but it often is translated as science or order. Science, and Melekot means divinity. And I think the divinity aspect is a very important aspect. And from Rastafari Haile Selassie basis, I think we have to do more on studying, well, what was the Ethiopian pure view of these ideologies and ideas? We get a lot of things in translation, and sometimes when it comes in translation, we kind of lose something. Something's a loss a little bit in translation. So the future Rastafari is that Rastafari is not a monolith. Rastafari is not a monolith. And I think it's understanding that we're not just one piece of stone, but there are many, almost out of many, we are one, so to speak. There's many that come together to form what we are as Rastafari. But if we look at the teaching, Judeo-Christian, that is problematic because of racism, because of the whitewashing, because of the lying, and the kind of using the name of the good for that which is no good, and the confusion. So part of what the work of Rastafari going forward has to be is, as some of the speakers have mentioned, getting a clarity. I think Priest Lamont, not to quote exactly what he said, but he mentioned it well, that to get a better understanding of these things for ourselves, we need to get a better kind of comprehension of it for ourselves. But as far as spirituality and religion, I'd like to just share what His Majesty said right here from an interview in the Voice of Ethiopia on the 5th of April, 1948. And here he speaks on science. The progress of science can be said to be harmful to religion only insofar as it is used for evil aims, and not because it claims priority over religion in its revelation to mankind. But once again, we have religion, and if we look up the word, it's religios. It goes back to Latin. Some say it means to hold back or tying back. Either it means to hold back people, some people say, or it means to tie back, like we tie back to our ancestors. So that's our religion. We tie back to what they knew was true about life, creation, or as Brother Sefer Selassie said, about the cycles. How do we learn about these things? These things are passed on. So that can be a form of religion. But the way we get to know religion over the past 400 plus years is in a very foreign and a strange mind. So it's not so much throwing away the Judeo-Christian aspect, but let's look at, well, what makes His Majesty's, quote, Judeo-Christian aspect different from what we have received and what the world believes, are Judeo-Christian, Jews and religion, Christianity. For example, Christianity. We look at Christianity in Ethiopia, and then we look at Christianity in Europe and around the world. We're seeing the same name, but it's like we see a true and then we see a counterfeit. You know what I'm saying? So I think this process here, Rastafari is already formed. We already are like kind of born. We've been kind of created as this people to praise Yah, to praise He who He be is Almighty. However, in moving forward, we have to go through this formation. We have to go through a period of, testing and refining. This is a period of time of testing and refining to make these ideas and ideals practical and real. This is what His Majesty says here. He says, it is important that spiritual advancement must keep pace with material advancement. So I think in looking at Rastafari as it manifests and as we see it historically, there was a kind of like a euphoria, almost like a euphoria in a sense, because we people who were told that we was nothing, boom, weep not behold, the conquering line of the tribe of Judah, Ethiopia, this ancient culture, this ancient heritage, you know what I mean? And that excitement, in a sense, is now kind of bringing us down into the practical realms of, okay, where can we go from there? This is true. This has come to pass. This has been revealed. This has been actualized. But now how do we make it practical? This is where the economical aspects are connected. In the Western Gentile version, there's a separation between church and state. Within the Ethiopian concept, there's no separation between church and state. You know what I mean? In fact, in the biblical sense, the church is the body, and Christ is the head. So how can the head be separated from the body? You know what I mean? So we are coming out of this kind of this Babylon. And now as we come out of this Babylon, we have to kind of go through a period of almost like the wilderness. You know what I mean? In a sense where we kind of test these things, these new things, right? And what is good from the old things in order to create something that is workable and livable for our people, something that's practical. Not to be too long on this, but he goes on and says, when this comes to be realized, man's journey towards higher and more lasting values will show more marked progress, while the evil or the hatred, the unkindness, the madness, the sadness, in him recedes into the background. Here's the key: knowing that material and spiritual progress are essential to man. We've been told the pie in the sky after we die. We've been told a lot of kind of things that we're supposed to endure poverty and affliction on earth for a paradise in the by and by after we die. But the reality His Majesty brings us is that material and spiritual progress are essential. And we see others, when they practice these religions, they don't divorce the material or the practical side of it. You know what I mean? In this life, in the here and now. But I don't want to digress right there. Knowing that material and spiritual progress are essential to man, we must ceaselessly work for the equal attainment of both. I think this is the future of Rastafari. Only then shall we be able to acquire that absolute inner calm so necessary to our well-being. And this is where the economics becomes a part of our material, advancement, and our spiritual, you could say the reality of our spirituality have to care for the material sides. Otherwise, it's lopsided. I think His Majesty says that last part here. He says, it is only when a people strike an even balance between scientific progress. Oh, let's pause on science for a moment. Science is a big fancy word that comes from Latin. Scientia means knowledge. It basically means knowledge. So between scientific progress and spiritual, and here's the key word, hail up to I CERN, and moral advancement, that it can be said to possess a wholly perfect and complete personality and not a lopsided one. So in a sense, the future of Rastafari is to come to this wholly perfect and complete personality, you know, as Rastafari. And not to say we're lopsided, but on a certain level, yes, there is a great religious aspect, Bible aspect, but not enough practical application, you know what I mean, of the Bible, you know, in that sense. Ethiopia historically shows us a better way. I'll yield right there. Give thanks, my brothers and sisters.
Honorable Kes Westmore. So we just keep the ball rolling and we just move to the next subject, you know. And anyone that had anything to say, will get a chance to say it on this subject here. But yes, in the interest of time. Honorable Kes Westmore, give thanks, my Lord.
Oh, give thanks to life again, Majesty. Give thanks to life. Give thanks to the moment. Give thanks to such moments going through. I give thanks to all mighty angels upon the battlefield also. We are here now, God.
Yeah, maybe it could be a little better, maybe. But go ahead, it's okay, go ahead. I'll tell you if any problem.
All right, so we give thanks. So we give thanks to patrons here. We give thanks to all patrons of Rastafari because all the angels that passed through already and speaking are patrons of Rastafari. And we give thanks to the island input also, you know. As I never say, you know, it's all about Kadamari Haile Selassie, Emperor Haile Selassie, which is the topic, which is the future, which is the man of the moment. So we give thanks also. You know, we give thanks to the most right of King Manuel Charles Edward, you know, say, in that day, the mystery of God shall be complete, you know. And it's a man of pride is just God in flesh, you know. So man of pride is God in flesh, and we give thanks to God in flesh and blood also. This time, you know, we give thanks to such man now that manifests himself and that greater intelligence, not just the part, but the whole, because the whole is Rastafari. That's it. So we give thanks to the creator, you know, the head creator, as we all understand, understand what Rastafari is. We give thanks to the man that took on his baptismal name, Haile Selassie. So it's not Rastafari, one to be feared, Rastafari, the creator, but the power of the Trinity. That's the name take on the supreme being, Emperor Haile Selassie I. So if I as a people, Rastafari, moving forward in this time, in this dispensation of time, is that when people speak about the Bible, because I was speaking to a man one at a time, and I said, which leader upon the face of the earth you know right now, wherein a man going to come in his country and bomb and kill off so many people, and at the end of the day, they don't see the head of that individual or job that in this time, you know, when even United Nations should be overpowering that of the League of Nations, obviously in this time we are in enough great leaders where they assassinate them right in front of the eyes, even on television, because the video. And Emperor Haile Selassie I has manifested the greatest attribute, the highest level of showing love. So that alone has surpassed any religious leader, any world leader. By that moment that Emperor Haile Selassie has done that. When you look at certain things that happen in the end of the earth right now, when you look at it, you know, for example, people might go in the Bible and they look at the Sermon on the Mount. You know, blessed are those that are merciful. You understand? So when we look at the speech that Emperor Haile Selassie I has given, 1963, with even just a miniature part of it that says, until the philosophy moves one race superior and another inferior. That is going to the heart of man and woman, the conscience of man and woman, where it is simple that a person could look into it and say, if you're not going for all of these things, you see, it's like a fleeting illusion. So therefore, the talking and not the work. As the Honorable said, the God and the Word, because that is God in flesh. It's not just talking about God. It's about the God manifesting the Word and the living Word become flesh, not just talking. And that is even the future of Rastafari in this time. The future of Rastafari, we speak of before, Honorable. It's not about, proving to anyone who Haile Selassie I is. Is living, and they'll see who Haile Selassie I is. So Emperor Haile Selassie I come to take away transgression, set the captives free, break all barriers upon the face of the earth, stop poverty, stop hunger, stop everything. As him say, the time you might sit around idling, and you have all these wasteland there, go and cultivate the land. It's already showing you, feed the nation. Emperor Haile Selassie is the defender of the faith. We protect the boundaries, not just the boundaries of Ethiopia, but still have to protect the boundary of where you sit, where you stand still. Your domain where you use and sit and conquer the earth. So even as Rastafari, within Haile Selassie, we have to always never cease continually to protect the boundaries. Rastafari has come as a spoken word. So therefore, Rastafari people and all I and I have to continue that spoken word, not hiding it, but coming out without fear to no one, being afraid of no one, but come speaking the word and actions. Because as the Honorable said, the youths are acting because remembering His Majesty tells us it's the youths. If you're building that foundation on a rock, it's the youths. It's the youths that are investing in this time. And remember, they are babes. And just like a child, if you give the child an answer, and it doesn't understand it after 100 more times. But one of the greatest ways to teach a child, if not beer from the beginning, is living. And that child will emulate your liberty. It's about the liberty of Rastafari going forward within this time, because he is the whole. And we are all like part of the whole, because we are one good of the whole. As each and every individual come and put their input, put their current in, put their wood in the fire, to ignite and blaze the continual living fire of Rastafari. And that is the future of Rastafari. And this time we are in rise to the occasion in ourselves and do what we have to do. It's the God who is always in front in dispensation of the time, whether they want to use the Bible or not. The leader is always the front. And if you surpass the Bible and you look at the ancient ways of African people and their praises, the ancestors, we always call upon the ancestors, and the ancestors are always, and the ancestors known as gods of God upon the face of the earth. So our ancestors are always, because we live our life through our ancestors. Our ancestors always take us out of the tomb. Our ancestors is always before us. So in this time, the first without last. It is finished. It is finished. It is Haile Selassie I words withstand whether I want to believe it or not. It is the Emperor's word that stands upon the face of the earth. Disarmament, Emperor Haile Selassie is speaking about when everything going into chaos. So what is even happening now upon the face of the earth? Why is it happening upon the face of the earth? Because you still disregard the word of Emperor Haile Selassie I, who has addressed the governing body of the world, the United Nations, that stand for peace, equality, and justice in the earth, and has given you the speech that's supposed to fulfill everything, and neglect to such speech is it. And until Rastafari stand as the spoken one, the outspoken one for black people, African, until our Africans stand and speak as free beings, equal in the eyes of the Almighty. Until that day, the African continent will not know peace. Rastafari must continue to push the fire that was always being pushed from a long time to awaken the souls of the people. to stand in one for the freedom of Africa. Because no matter what is going on at the end of the earth, I know what they are fighting for. And His Majesty rose at his coronation, and he took the sword, and he said, with this he shall protect the boundaries of Ethiopia, not just the state, the head state, but the continent. And I must rose. We don't have any guns, we don't have no bayonets, but the word, the sword that proceeded out of the mouth, and protect the boundaries of Ethiopia, the entire continent, and standing with the visionary Marcus Jose Garvey. But come, African must come together as one. That inspired the word of Dr. Nkrumah and said, one president, one country, one capital, one money. So it's just here we have to stand at Rastafari. So we give thanks to each and every individual on the program this evening, this afternoon, and the work is known. And I can say to the idea, it's a continue to put it, continue to push it through. And more works, and we give thanks to all the story of Rastafari in this time, and it's a published and concealed not. So we know we're going to the economical development of Rastafari, and that is where we have to be. Because remember, many youths, when they come to Rastafari, they think that they were studying law, they were studying medical doctor, they were to drop all these things. That is not it, because people will ask these questions because to them, that is it, but they don't understand that within that time, Rastafari was not allowed to go to school, to certain public school. You know, we're in a year where, you know, nice is passing by, you know, understand? You understand? So they have to know. So come into this, because that is why His Majesty sent forth youths, you know, to go abroad and study. Till 1961, we see when the University of Empire last year was established now. You understand? But he is showing that we need all this, because remember, it's still Marcus Garvey, as a Rastaman that said, we need engineers, we need lawyers. So Rastafari teach people the development of Africa, our base. And that's what we need in this time. So it's not about you forgetting this. Are you forgetting that all are needed for the development of Rastafari continent, the Rastafari nation, the Rastafari people on a whole in this time. So give thanks to the moments, and we'll come again and give thanks to life, health, and strength, most life, love, Jah, Rastafari.
Give thanks,
Lord, Majesty, my Lord.
One moment, Honorable Priest, before you come in. Let me just show the family what we're going to do. So before we even leave this topic of the subject, because we're going into the economics, it sounds like we're eager, and I'm eager too. But I don't just give anyone, I don't have nothing to say really, but I can give anyone. I know Ras Ison wanted to say something earlier. I can give anyone who have something that they want to free up as it relates to whatever they heard. We're going to have that chance. But if you could make it as concise as you can, you know, there's a 2 minute, 3 minutes. So we go into the other subject. By right, we should seal at 6, but we can take some of the moments after 6. But we have another presentation at 7 that we have to prepare for too. So we're just running with the time. Beautiful. So, yeah, so before Rasta said, let me just make the elder come in. I think it sounds like something hot after the press he wanted to give us. Honorable Priest Imsey, and then we come to Rasta.
No, it just me love how the priest put it over. I just Rastafari, yes, everything. That's all, man. It tickle me how we put it over. We love it, man. Yes.
Just joy, man. Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Rasta, sir.
Yay.
As after one.
Okay, well,
and you know,
as you say, it can be concise, because you know I'm gonna just kind of just run through a couple of points, a couple of stuff that I might want to just clarify with. Well, the priest the elder priest, the Ainsley, me clarify one, which is that theology is the study of God. You know? Because when we're talking about theology and what is Rasta's theological or Rastafari theological position is,
Right.
we're pretty much asking the question as to what are our thoughts about this entity? Are we go originally to the entity, just like how they go in the theological college and sit down and go and study the subject by whatever means they have. Now we know that we go through a chat that brings us through a spiritual experience, that we can speak in certain terms, in certain real terms, about the Creator as a principle and how that principle operates within I and within the ecology and in out up in the sky among the stars with the cycles, all of these things. You understand? So we supposed to can, as Mutabaruka used to say in the early days, they just stay in the bush and they had their own original thought that before the Bible becomes so pervasive within the culture. You understand? And you can say of them, man, they are the original state. Like them, man, they have their own thoughts. There was something they have in Wadadley, for example. The earliest set of ones and them that start move in this certain way that eventually turn out to be Rasta. Then they're not even about Selassie. You understand? They start on not even dealing with the Selassie thing and so. Eventually, through the reggae, them adapt to the word sound of Jah. But I understand from some ones that were on here long enough that there were kind of brotherly love, a kind of conscious vibe that was going on among certain ones, and ones start move more natural and differences without actually being defined as Rasta. You understand? And when you look at something like that, you have to say, well, okay, these people now move by no particular influence. Like they have some kind of spiritual connect. And through that connect, they're now able to speak of this entity or speak to this entity in certain ways that confirm that, yeah, there is a God and there is something that moves within the human being and so forth. You understand? So, yeah, that's what, when we talk about theology and what Rasta theological position is for us to talk about what our experience tell us about Jah. You know? Because there are certain things about how we vibes it that different to how Christians see it. For example, Christian will align with the society when they talk about the use of marijuana and so on, illegal and drugs and all these kind of things. The Rasta have a different position altogether. He says this is a natural plant. Where you get this natural thing from, and them don't have it. You know, these are the peculiar things about us, and these are the areas that we can put into the whole theological thought process and have certain things that we can say are of us, of our experience, and not necessarily adapt from somewhere. You understand? One of the important reasons to move on to another point, the importance of self-definition in this process. We have to over, as if we are not properly defined as beings, then our whole outlook on life will be skewed. You understand? We will not know who we are and how we should be in relation to everything in and around us, unless we have an idea about who we are. You see, the whole pursuit of having a relationship with the Creator spiritually is about that. Because again, when you find the Creator, is when you find your true self. At our most essential level, we and the Creator are one. It's one essence, it's one energy. The energy that left your body, when they say that you die, it go back to a pool of one. You understand? The body back here, and we can take care of that in the ceremony and put that under the ground. But that energy that leave the body, when we announce, okay, bam, when we pronounce, okay, this guy gone now, That energy is in oneness with the Creator constantly. That's our direct link to the Creator. You understand? So we have to touch ground with that. That's what self-definition is all about. When you come to know the Creator, when you come to know your true self, because then you can claim your divine heritage. You can start speak it, and you have substance to it, not just talk. Now, as it relates to the Bible, let me just quickly say the whole idea about discontinuing the Bible. I wouldn't say that we need to depart from the Judeo-Christian, you know what I mean? Our words some of the Iman used to be honest. But deeper thought on it, I think that what we really need to do is to be able to utilize the Bible in the right way that it should be utilized. And that Bible really should be complemented by having a metaphysical Bible dictionary. Because then that takes you away from this confusion over literal interpretation and these things. You're seeing? Literal interpretation will lead you to what you call idolatry. Idol. You understand? That's what the literal interpretation will lead you to. So instead of you recognizing His majesty, create spiritual empowerment for you, what He will actually do, create like a fanatical fan, like them teenager that say Beyonce is my idol. You would have a similar posture towards the king person. Without developing the internal part, as the elder made a reason earlier, before everyone else come. You see it? So that's what idolatry is, metaphysically. You see it?
Yes,
so
my Lord.
It's
Yes,
not a
sir.
matter of discontinuing, but it's a matter of putting that element to it. So you put depth to it.
Give thanks.
Because I believe the same thing that the Bible achieved, or the sacred book.
In the interest of time, King. In the interest of time, in the interest of time. If you can clean that one up. Rasta might touch me with that one. See your hand up, and Cypher Selassie as well after the eye.
Yes, I give thanks. Real quick, you know, first of all, give thanks Cypher Selassie for really acknowledging the difference among I and I as far as our field of experience. We come up different, so obviously we're gonna have different perspective, but the one glue is His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie. Give thanks for pointing out that, my brethren. One of the things I want to address really quick is that the whole thing about coming away from the Bible is to come away from His Imperial Majesty. Isa made a really good thing just a while ago, a point when he said self-identification. Now, I have to ask this question, and it's a rhetorical question, maybe two questions. Is Rastafari an African movement? That's one question. And number two, it's rhetorical. Is the Bible an African document, purely an African document? I think we should ponder on these questions. I will not really go in the interest of time because we have to move on. These are questions that I think that we have to ponder. Another thing is that I really appreciate the elder there, Ras Priest Lamont, as far as asking a critical question. How is our theology moving us forward? That's a very powerful thing. And this is something else that we need to ponder on. You know what I mean? There are a few stuff that I really wanted to go into, but I know that the time is really critical. And I'm sure we'll get to address these on other roundtable. But, you know, the two questions is Rastafari an African religion, and is the Bible an African document? We can ponder on that, and you know. So give thanks and praise.
Yes, my Lord. Them is good question. That should be the next Rasta roundtable discussion there. And King Cypher Selassie, and then after the eye, we're gonna see if we can sail into the next topic, to give it all due respect. But then that sounds like the next discussion there, man. Rastafari, African tradition, for sure. But anyway, I shouldn't start that. When we reach there, we'll talk about that. King Cyber Selassie, unmute your mic and let's hear the eye.
Yes, I, Rastafari. Yes, I give thanks. Well, I'll try and be very brief because we're in the interest of time. Firstly, I would say that yes, the Bible is an African document. The Bible is an original theology is African, and it's been disseminated throughout the world, but we know that's the root. It must be the root, for it has been proved that civilization is the root in the land of the continent. So I don't think that really needs much elaboration. The question how theology is moving I on. Theology, the reason theology is becoming a stumbling block is because we're all arguing about our differences within the theology, what we consider to be theology. But if we can look at then if we go back to the idea of what Ras Kwame said about Muta Baruka, or no, it was Ras Isa said about Muta Baruka, I think. Where he's, where we're talking about the natural man, the early Rastafari, natural man, them who living in the bush or living on the earth and know how the cycles and seasons work and let's live with it. Well, that again is an expression of theology because it is the cycles and seasons, and everything is coming from the cycles and seasons. Civilization necessitates a breakdown of observation. A man's observation of the cycles and the seasons and how the things grow and when to plant and when not to plant and all of those things. That is the breakdown of the observation becomes education. The breakdown of the expression of the breakdown of the observation becomes education. If you can understand what I say there, So our brethren then who don't have education, who just have the natural man, they have the natural liberty within this harmony with the cycles of time, planting, living, growing food and all of those things. That becomes for them to then become condemnatory towards people who then get education is kind of a paradox. Because we have to live together as one, appreciating or loving our elders and the forces that have driven them to then give birth to I and I, to spread that power. But where we start bringing these divisions in now, when I've heard Rasta man in Jamaica say, "Well, I don't hear them intellectual man there." You understand that they don't like it, well, the man, all them talk, but nevertheless, that is how society develops through understanding it, and the agriculture then is an expansion, it expands into all different aspects of society. So if we just take even Palestine and when the Jews moved in there in 1947,
the white Jews,
they built. They've got them there still now, the kibbutz, the farm system. So when the people started coming from Europe and going into them lands there to thief the land from the people, they had agricultural systems, and then because they've got food and shelter, they're eating and they have somewhere to live, and then they can then expand and put their children out to educate the children out to learn to be mechanics, engineers, whatever they want to be, doctors and all of the different things. But if they don't have the basis of the agriculture, there will be no progression. So I have to take this. We have to take a leaf from the book, not that we have to be like them in their wickedness, but the method of building a society needs to be studied, Yes, and I would just say, yes, the Bible is a record of nations. As much as we give it individual expression, those individuals who we are talking about are also kings of nations. You know, like if we're going to say even Saul or David or Moses or anybody, they are kings of nations. And then the nation builds, the nation builds a structure like our body has a structure, you know, because, and so I as Rastafari, now we are the structure of Kodamari Haile Selassie, the supreme intelligence. So every little piece of us now taps into that. And I'll leave it right there, my brethren. Give thanks.
Yes, my Lord. I think we'll just go straight into the other aspect. Now, this. Okay, sorry, that's all I was saying. Now, even before we go there, family, you got to give me a moment. I got to remind everyone exactly what's happened in here before we go into the next topic. And even when I make my introduction to the topic, I think I might begin with the Honorable Empress Maisie as well for that round, even in, you know, her interest. And I don't know how long the Honorable Priest Ainsley can be with us, my Lord. I hope everything is well. But I might give you early batting on the next round too, just in case both of you may want to.
They are praised.
There, okay, everything is blessed. Well, first of all, let me just give thanks to everyone that is still with us. Remember, this has been an all-day session. Just to be clear, this is Patrons Day. This is really the climax of Patrons Day. This is the third of the annual edition of Patrons Day. Patrons Day is a day that aligns itself with the coronation of Menelik II, which is really the 3rd of November. But because the 3rd came on a Friday, we decided to put Patrons Day this year on the Sunday. Again, Patrons Day also is the celebration of the resurrection of Radio Anu, because this is actually Radio Anu's second round, you know. So how it came down the first time is a long story. I wouldn't even go into that right now, but that is how I know this is a very serious world that we live in. It's a no joke world, but anyway, that's another story, as I said. So this is also a day, of course, we're celebrating the coronation, Haile Selassie, of 2nd of November 1930, and even when he got the title, the Dejemash, on the 1st of November 1905. So all of that is in the energy and the spirit of Patrons Day. And even tonight at 7, remember, we're going to have the official premiere of the documentary Apedimek, the lion-headed God, the conquering lion has prevailed. Apedimek, that will be on Radio Anu TV, which at the moment is the YouTube. So at 7 o'clock, check the premiere. So of course, throughout the day again, we definitely had some wonderful ones, some of who are in the round table right now, who came and sat with us. We definitely launched our brand new document, Preserve the Generations to Come. That's a document that we launched earlier. I'm encouraging anyone who missed that. We have it on the YouTube. It was a presentation that went about an hour and a half. It actually went way over the allotted time, you know, but whatever the case is, one should check it out. It has to do with infiltrating the educational system to even assist it to bring our youths to a betterment of themselves. You know, I wouldn't go into no details. You can check the documentary itself. It's right there on the YouTube for those who were not with us. And also the essay competition is actually a part of that whole presentation, of which, remember, the essay competition now, it is the essay competition where we have the webinar every year. So Webathon, every year we have the Webathon specifically as it relates to the essay competition. Now we have not, I haven't gotten any report as yet of exactly what the stats is as it relates to what we would have raised thus far today. But as I said, the Webathon is designed to assist in the funding of the international and the national essay competition. This will be the 11th year, for those who may not know. The 11th year, I know ones like even Ras Kwame, Ras Isa, kind of test. Even earlier, Ras Isa clearly said, yeah, man, it's a long time you're doing this for true, you know, as they live on the ground with me and see from the days of ZDK, we've been doing this essay competition where we provide gifts and encourage young ones to come and write an essay as it relates to their African history and heritage. But as I've been saying in the promotion, we ain't thinking small. This ain't no little thing, and let's see if we get a few little people to come. No, this is an international thing. You know, as I said, this is the essay competition is an institute within itself, and it is structured in such a way, as I presented earlier, that it can be handed as a business over to even a government, where they would have to even invest at least $500,000 to produce a proper essay competition where every child would be a part of this, and promotion and marketing and prize giving ceremony and everything that goes with it, because it's a serious project. It's a serious endeavor, you understand? So even with the promotion of the essay competition, a serious part of that is actually teaching my audience the importance of even contributing to such a venture like this, and the importance of even being a part of such a venture like this. So even the educational aspect of teaching, again, the audience, the value of even doing this, and why it is important for all of us to come on board and be a part of a project like this. You know, all of that is a part of the work. And that even leads me into the economic aspect of us as a people, because now this is a broad subject area. And before I go there, again, to each and everyone, the links, the Cash App, the PayPal, all of the links are in the description below. Those who are listening on radio, I'm getting a little feedback somewhere. Those who are listening on radio, the mics could be muted. Those who are listening on radio, of course, you could, you know, again, all of the information is right there on the website. It's on the website. Okay. Honorable Empress Maisie, can you say for me? And you're getting this here muted. Honorable Empress trying to get Honorable Empress Maisie. I'm getting a little trouble here, but don't worry, I'm getting it done. So yeah, yeah, give thanks. So I was saying that, what did I say there now? So the essay competition, that's how it is when you have to concentrate many different things at the same time here, you know. Okay, I'm trying to get it muted. Honorable Empress Maisie, you can just mute your mic for me, please. I'm so sorry, Honorable Empress Maisie, just mute your mic, please. Thank you very much, Sister Maisie. Pardon me. No problem. No, and it's my fault. I should be able to stop it. I don't know why I just couldn't get that done. Yes, so yes, royal family, as I'm saying, this is actually leading into the discussion. Oh yeah, now I remember what I was saying. I was explaining how you could make a contribution. And of course, on the website, you have the Cash App and you have the PayPal. And of course, those who will be watching the video, the link is in the description below. Okay, very good. Now, as an educator, as a teacher, as a speaker, as a real life human being, I come to realize, even in growth, you know, that it starts really in the mind. Now, this is just one aspect of the whole conversation as it relates to the state of our economics. Because economics is not necessarily money. Economics is not even necessarily finance. Because just as the term economics, therein, as one elder was saying earlier, the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. So economics and assets and all of that, it's a different mind frame than just money and buy and sell. But of course, in the world that we're in, it starts there. You know, you could hardly talk of economics and you can't talk of finance, and you can hardly talk of finance, and you can't even talk about some money. You understand? So it really has a foundation, but most of us, we are stuck on money too. Most of us, we don't see the bigger picture. Most of us, we don't understand, again, the value of the growth, again, economics. Now, I would want, in the same way, when we were speaking of theology, we were bringing economics into the picture. Well, I would like to use an example now from the theological world to enter into the conversation of economics, at least from my vantage point, because there are other levels, but I can't even try to go into all of that tonight. There is in the Bible, and once we're speaking how we use the Bible, well, this is one of the examples. In the Bible, there is the story of the individual, the great king, who he had 3 servants, and he left each of the servants with bags of, the Bible refers to it as talents. I think one person got 5 talents, one may have gotten 3 or 2 or something like that, and another one got 1 talent. That's what the Bible calls it, talent. Now it's really money, eh? Your talent is like a penny or something, is a talent. Very good. So each of them got bags of talents. And then the king went away. And when he came back to check them to see what's going on now, the one that got 5 talents, he took his talents. And he went into the marketplace and he bartered and traded and invested and did whatever he had to do. And he had more talent to give to the king when the king returned. So the king said, man, yeah, man, good job, well done, and give him some extra talents and let him go make some more talents for us. And then the other one who got about 2 or 3 talents, he came in the room and he did a good job too. He did the same thing. He went to the marketplace and, shake a leg, as they say around here. And then the third one now, he came and he said, boy, and I always wanted that story, he tell the man, the man is this cruel man. So he went and he hid his talent in the earth. He just go and dig a hole and put it and come back and bring it and say, well, yeah, man, look the talent you give me. He actually brought it back. And I'm saying now, and he get a judgment there. I'm saying, but wait, suppose he didn't even bring it back now. What did he get? Now, the thing is, just within etymology, some people may say this is pseudoscience, not the item. But the term talent, obviously, your ability. Now, in the scripture, talent is money. Like they were given bags of money, and they went out and they did what they did, and they brought back more talent or more money. But I'm saying now that talent itself specifically represents the whole aspect of your ability, like the gifts. We all have gifts, we all have an ability or abilities, because, your talent, what you can do. When I say talented, it's not necessarily shooting a ball in a hoop or dancing and all of that. In fact, sometimes when you have that ability more than even your friends to do that, that means there's something else about you, not just the shooting of the ball. There's something about you, your precision, your wittiness. There's something about you, your ability to enter into situations where others may not be able to enter as quick as you and get out as quick as you. That may be your talent, your ability, your instinct, how you were naturally made. You comprehend. So what I'm saying now is that we are all a business. Everyone is a business. I'm going to try to wrap this up. Everyone is a business, naturally, however you look at it. Because for sure, no matter what product you have, if nobody know you, it could be the best product in the world. If it's not well promoted and well marketed, it ain't going nowhere. That's why the man gonna bury his talent. Your talent is your ability, your gift. You understand? So when we take our talent, all what you see me do is my talent. That's just a little of my talent you see. And I take my talent to make talent. I don't care what nobody say. I hear people chatting all kind of, oh, you don't sell the word of God. I don't even want to go there right now. But me, I take my talent. This is Patron's Day. Everything is on sale. Talent. When the day gone, we're gonna go and count the talent. I don't have nothing to hide from nobody. That's business. That's not the Weberton, you know. The Weberton is a contribution to an essay competition. You know, we have an exposed business here. You know, my life is like an open book. You know, I can proudly say that we are transparent and accountable. You know, the years that we've been doing this, we've gone on radio, television, right here on the internet. We bring receipts and say, yes, this is the money that we got, this is what we bought. Clear, you know. All of that is a part of our talent, being intelligent. So we use our talent. So we create more talent, literal finance, money I'm talking about. That obviously you'd have to know now, what is that about? What is all that paper you're collecting about? So that you can create an institute, so that you can create ministries, so that you can build an empire eventually, because you have to have a vision. You have to have a goal now, not a goal just across the street, not what you're going to eat tonight. You have to have a vision at least 500 years down the line. When George Washington and all of these killers came to the Western world to do what they did, you know, and they set up their nation, etc., etc. They had a vision for generations down the line. Most of us not even nearly close to that. You understand? We don't even think about next year, 10 years, a 50-year plan. You understand? That's how you use a talent, to create talent. So we're thinking of generational wealth. That's where my mind is. Generational wealth, where it is millions, multi-millions, billions, trillions. I don't know. Them is just numbers. Stock market go up, stock market go down. A dollar worth something tomorrow, it worth something else the next day. I'm talking of generational wealth. And amongst us, your talent, you take your talent to create more talent. But again, the mentality, most of us, I'm telling you, and not dissing no one, most of us, we don't have that thriving mentality, that hunger to grow economically, straight up. We're afraid to talk about that. We have an essay competition here. We're raising $26,000 for essay competition. Some people say, wow, that's a lot of money. A lot of money. You understand? That is very, 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 very important. But anyway, I don't want to take away the full conversation. I think I made my point, and I know there's many ones that would have to speak. That is, I guess I've set the pace. I know it can go deeper than that, and I'll leave the floor open. I will ask the Honorable Empress Maisie if she desires to actually begin that conversation for I. Holy Manuel I, Selassie I, Jah Rastafari. Blessed love.
Yes, my Lord.
Empress as well. I don't know how your time is as well. I really did that in the interest of your time.
Yeah, because I'm on the phone from
all of them things there.
Yes, Majesty, because yes, I am on the phone from morning, you know, with my elder council meeting. And now, you know.
And even if you have to come off after, it's on the YouTube, you know, so you can still, I don't know if the computer, laptop, whatever, you can still watch it.
Okay. Give thanks, my Lord. But I must tell you all that I give thanks to this reasoning here. You know, it has been really informative, hearing the brothers them, you know, and what I have to offer still. But I was just thinking about, and my granddaughter is here, the small one, and she understands, you know, when you talk about talent. You know, talent is not one, but is many different type of talent, you know. I would say everybody get their gift in talent. And as you said, talent is just not what it's like to sing or a man have that. It's for making money too. So talent is all around, if I would say. All right, my son. Your Majesty. And there are so much things to talk about besides that. Because right now, I would like to say, in this time, you know, as an elder still, in this time, in my age that I am right now, and viewing, you know, the world are viewing what is happening into the world, I said to myself, where is Rastafari? And how Rastafari fit into the world right now, especially what is happening, with this war and rumors of war and all kind of situation. Rastafari priest, as supposed to be a peaceful set of people. And we are not into war or anything like that. You understand? So we must set ourselves, as peace, as, the peaceful set of people who we are looked up and who get good teaching from our Father, how to live. And it's no matter what you are, and the position that we all have in this life. If we are not coming together, the whole listening to this program and other program, and even listening to other people talking into the world right now, what is coming out of their mouth is peace and unity, and love. You understand? Because we can say this and we can say that besides that, but if there's no peace amongst us, if there's no love amongst us, no caring, no sharing amongst us as Rastafari, then no matter what you have, it's not going anywhere. Because we're all chanting to go to Zion. And I ask this question, where is Zion? Right? Where is Zion? And who is Zion? You see? So naturally, priests, as I said before, getting down in age, I am looking at Rastafari and how we are living right now. And our way forward, as you said, in this life. Where is our unity? Where is our oneness? Where is our love? Because we cannot stay divided. We are a house, no matter who you are, and no matter the house that you belong to. We are Rastafari. People, sons and daughters. We're talking about Selassie. Selassie is peace and love and unity. You understand? So, my lad, that is what I'm saying right now. Peace, love, and unity amongst ourselves. Oneness. Let us work together as Rastafari people. Let us look out for one another. Yeah? And defend Rastafari in love. You see, that is what I might be straying off of your topic, priest, but
No, man.
I have to express this. I have to express this as an elder, a mother. Now I'm a widow, a mother with how much grandchildren, and looking into what is happening around us. I don't see a Rastafari government. You understand? Everybody, yes, is doing their thing. But I don't see a Rastafari government that can stand up for the people, who defend the people. You understand? So, Majesty, I don't know.
That is economics.
But Rastafari, yes, Rastafari have to see themselves, priests, and have to draw close, and have to look into their lives and say, unity is a must, and we must work together, no matter where you are, or which house you is. A house that divided cannot stand. Yes, precise that. Give thanks again, Majesty. I'll be still listening.
That is economics. Our security is economics. That's why I differentiate economics from money, and so, but yet it still starts with money. That's why I'm encouraging. That's why, part of really what I do is encourage one's you know, as much as individually we can attain what we can attain. Because we like to say we have to come to the table and pool our resources, but you don't really have no resources. I mean, so if we can, you know, it's good that individually you could pool some resources, because it means that your mind frame, because you have to have a mind frame to accumulate a certain level of wealth, you know, even if you win the lotto and you don't have the mind frame, you know, that gone down the drain. We all know that. So it's a mind frame, a mentality, a certain level of discipline that you need to gain and accumulate and keep wealth, and then can combine with the brotherhood and the sisterhood. That's what I'm saying. We really behind on that level. So this is like a whole educational campaign. We have to have summits and seminars and wealth creation and mind framing and all of these things to go forward. Interest of time. Honorable Priest Angela, I'm going to come to you, but I would like Ras Adonis, I hope I'm not catching you off guard, to say something on the subject next, and then we go to Honorable Priest Ainsley and tell you who we go to after that. Hope all ones are well. Ras Adonis, you ready to say a word concerning such a subject? Oh, you are the mic muted.
Yeah. I and I on God.
State of our economy.
Yeah, being on God and in God and God and I, not off God. No, actually, as I was listening to Talent, very interesting breakdown with Talent, it reminded me of something His Majesty said. I think it's this particular speech. I want to find the exact part, but basically, he was saying that unless people are guaranteed of a minimum economic resource, they can't really focus, at least in the mind state, they can't focus on other things unless they're guaranteed of certain basics. You know what I mean? And this here puts it within the economic, the economic realm, the manifesting. Like if we're so, I won't say religious, but I would say if one's approached the Bible as it's supposed to be, in a great word I cern about the metaphysics, getting that within us, then we should be able to create business. If you love God and I love God, the Almighty, Haile Selassie first, then why aren't we able to do business
together?
I mean, we pray or we chant and we know the Psalms and we know the languages, but what about the business? And this particular speech here, it's a long speech. I saw it in a shorter version, but right here, this particular speech right here, just okay, he says right here, this is one little paragraph concerning economics. Brace yourself for hard work and pool your resources to compete with others in the economic and commercial activities of your motherland. Let each one of us be conscious of his responsibilities and firmly discharge his obligations, thereby becoming master of his own destiny. So just briefly there, this speaks to His Majesty, our God and our King. I like to say my Godfather, I and I Godfather and King of Kings, therefore has also laid that out for us. I mean, this speech is more important than some of the other ones. He speaks to the World Council of Churches. He speaks to the United Nations. He speaks to different other ones. Here, he's speaking to Ethiopians. Here, he's speaking to I and I. Here, this is domestic. So I'm going to be brief here because I want to find the other part of this, the opening part where he speaks about unless people are guaranteed of a minimum economics, the minimum economic resource, minimum economic, I don't recall the exact phraseology, but he said that man, you cannot depend on a man to be more altruistic, thinking about, well, I want to give to others, even my brothers or sisters if they need, if I'm barely eking out, you know what I mean? Or I don't have that economics. So economics is the basics, On talent, I want to say that a talent, given the context, was about 100 pounds of silver.
Oh, okay. So
a talent would be in gold, that would be 200. So it's kind of interesting that the use of talent, as far as our ability, our will, our desire, comes down in English in the 1800s. But it's kind of interesting because in order to use wealth or use an investment, you give somebody consignment. You know, we all probably did other things or might do these things for economics today. If you give somebody consignment, you would expect they're going to make a profit off of it. Plain and simple. So if I give somebody something on consignment, you know what I mean, and they make no profit off of it, is this holy? Is this godly? Is this proper business? You know what I mean? How can we sustain the other aspects of the economy? Now, often we would get religious and say, oh, bun that one, they're all about money. But we live in a practical world, and our practical King of Kings has pointed out the importance of economics, speaking to Ethiopians initially, therefore speaking to us as Rastafari to carry on that particular mantle. I yield right now, but give thanks, give thanks. This is a very important discussion and manifestation of progress. Definitely.
Lord, just making it smooth, go smoothly after the Honorable Priest Ainsley. I think I'll bring in Honorable King Cypher Selassie. Going forward, I will leave my comments to few, if any. But still, I must just highlight, you know, that I once heard Elder Pidao in an interview, because as Rastafari in general, Rastafari has ever been very industrial from our creation. We kind of fall asleep on that to some degree. Everyone know even the Bobo Shanti with the broom. And I heard Raspidao, I hear it with my ears in an interview with Israel Dyer Doctrinics say that there was a time in Jamaica where the government could not pay the workers, and Prince Emmanuel give the government money so that they could pay the workers, and then money come from broom, which is an industry of the bubble shanty, broom mat. And so that alone shows you, you know what I mean? Elder Pidao said that, that alone shows you where we were as Rastafari. We can speak about Pinnacle and a lot of different areas. Honorable Priest Simon.
Hey, Raspido was my brethren in Rasta.
I hear you, man.
Yeah, well, we rock there Congo together, yeah.
True, God.
We all practice economics. All Rastaman, Bobo. But it don't grow. We don't conglomerate with each other. So it's more on a self tip. So we need to self-empower one another more, you know. And that communist, as we say, is all one sphere, because that communist, the churchical order is supposed to build that communist, wherein we pray together, we work together, you know. I know you see a video already when Shimron was a little youth and the broom field, and the man them are singing the broom field, and I make broom, you know, that way. So we just need to come up with meditation where we can work with each other. But basically, we all practice economics. I mean, I see no Bobo or Rasta out there begging. They all doing something, you know, but it's mostly some hand to mouth. We don't grow, you know. So it has some aspects of it, but we need to, you know, so even that seminar where you speak about, you know, it's important. Because enough of us already have the know-how, you know, to grow economically. So we might be stuck in a rut. So we need to share them information. Because I say, today I was saying, what is the criteria for Rasta? It's almost null and void, you know. A man dreadlock and them same stuff eat meat, and he said till last year and he was a Rasta one time, you know. So with that criteria, that bar so low, we have all kind of mix within Rastafari, you know, and we could not discard them. So like my people had to create, you know, industry, because everybody couldn't be a boss. without work, you know. And to the way how Emperor Selassie, one of his speeches saying, we have been so scattered with so diverse. We have become such a diversity side, a diverse group, but all facing the same problems. So that means that they are having many approaches to these same problems, you know. So we might be able to do the big marker, but the twos and the fews, you're doing something, see as you say, what the I speak. You have a 2-year plan, you have a 3-year plan down the road. You want some brethren around, or they'll be around, or they have a good vibes. Do something, you know. It all adds up because we all facing the same problem and we all have the same aspiration. And as it grow, you know, we could start link up more. I've been saying from since 2000, all Bobo Shanti should be the exclusive distributors of shea butter and black soap because we have too much away in Ghana. We have too much of us in Ghana that we are not the exclusive distributors of shea butter and black soap because we're not working with one another because of whatever, you know, ideology, dogmatism, and all these things where we have to kind of cross the I's and cross the T's. So that is what's going on right now, you know. Everything in the right time, you know, we're not behind time. Our father time we are dealing with. You know, say it. And if you look at this growth of Christianity, what's so big and bad out here now? Look at the growth and the origin. We are the bulwarks, you know, of this great movement. One of the brethren who passed away now, Henry Clark, say we must embark on projects that the coming generation will complete. We have to set the thing in line. You know, wherever we find ourselves, let your light shine. The twos and the fews. My Lord.
My Lord. Even in my language, you give thanks with our prayer, no? Holy Emmanuel, so that's
yeah. Rastafari.
Right, my Lord. Let's go. Yeah, we're gonna say King Cypher Selassie gonna say a word, and then I would like the Honorable Empress. Now, yes, I said so everything good?
Yeah, I wanted was to make some input same way too, you know. So you can
everyone go get a
yeah. So you can tell me when I can input.
Of course,
I want to put a question on the table to kind of focus the reasoning a little bit more as we dealing with economics.
Oh, you go King Cypher. Can make Rasta come in before you?
Yes, sir, no problem, beloved, no problem.
Okay.
Hear from the Honorable Empress.
Yeah. Yes, Rastafari. Okay, well, you know, just taking from the reasoning that the priest been put forward before we even commence this segment of the discussion. The question that I would want to put on the table, because we have to do some fundamental things about Rasta, you understand, is if our traditional doctrine, right, actually inhibit us in terms of our thought towards finance. The reason for this, the words may not be accurate, but the reason for this question would be, you see, in the Bible, we have certain things that teach we that rich man are gonna go hell. And I like the rich man aligned with hell and the devil, and the poor man aligned with the Almighty. We have that throughout scripture. Then how much nice things say about the position of rich in relation to godliness. You understand? Yeah, what does it gain a man to gain the whole world? You know what I mean? Which means going after wealth. So there's a kind of suggestion, if you don't have really good thinking, that if you go after wealth, it is like going after the whole world and you're going to lose your soul by your association with wealth and accumulating wealth. As the elder reason, we all are into economics. We do different things to get money, but there's not a passion, a drive to accumulate wealth, to become wealthy like so. So that really begs the question if our religious teaching actually is some kind of hindrance in how we think about money. That would be one of the questions that I would like to put on the table as it relates to finance. You understand? That would be a good place to start the discussion, because we might have, you see, a lot of what we're going to need to do going forward, it gonna have to do with designing specific teachings to bring our people along a certain way in their thinking. One of the worst things for a leader to have, and I'm just organized with the Caribbean Rastafari organization, right? I spoke to Bongo Wisely in St. Lucia in 2018 about this matter.
I did see Arrow.
Yes, Ciaro. I tell you, listen, I just really feel it for you guys now, trying to lead this bunch. Because the thing is, you're trying to do things from a more advanced way of thinking. But you're leading a set of people that shaped by certain dogmas that are going to make them constantly resistant to dealing with things in a certain kind of manner. So you want to forget all governmental and the dogmatic mind and say, oh, you want to friend up and mix up with Babylon. They're not seeing diplomatics in that. You understand? So when these leaders among us now come and ready to gather the troops and say, let's commit to going in this or that direction, a lot of the people that they're leading are people that's steep in that kind of thinking and that kind of grounding. So I just confusion broke out and it become very difficult for actually lead us. And the thing that we need to do, we need to put education in our people's head. We need to bring them to a certain point in their head with knowledge that will make them receptive to certain information that we want to bring to them, that we can move along a certain way. We have to take example from the king. The king was moving Ethiopia from an ancient civilization to a modern civilization. You understand? You need doctor, you need teacher, you need nurse, you need this, you need that. So what you do? You start an education campaign, set up school, get people heading the way it's supposed to be, so that they can fill these roles and the nation can up and move in. We have to think the same way in the Rastafari. You're seeing? We have an organization here. We are Ras Freeman, Nyabingi organization here. And we have an arrangement with government, for example, to grow marijuana legally. We can grow, we can sell, no issues. If we get up in the morning and see a herb tree broke down, we can call the police station and tell the police, listen, we had a thief over here, come and investigate this. You understand? Meaning, so we have means to finance, right? One of the things that I would like to see us do is to use those finance to start certain projects that are educate and skill our people. We have man that into craft, bring in somebody, if we don't have it on the ground, bring in somebody that expert in the craft. It could be another Rastaman from another island, and get that art going. So when we are Selassie birthday festival and you walk in the park, you'll see tent with carvings, tent with paintings. You see all the talents for the community on display when you come to Selassie birthday festivals, when you come on the ground. You see all kind of creative things that go on. Why? Because we put education in our people that let them unleash their creative abilities and then create these culture. And we now have it on display. You understand? So we have to start thinking along the line of using education. We have to use the institution. This is why I talk about the Nyabingi in this way. The Nyabingi is supposed to design itself in a way to provide information, education for the spiritual growth of the members of the community, not just to be a place for having rituals and groundation. Actual teach you something. You understand? For make you grow. And as I say, in the same way, when we look on other aspect of the Rastafari living in culture, if we want more people who know how to sew, so I don't have to wear Babylon clothes so much. We get somebody that come in, we have money, bring in somebody that can teach, get select our people, and then who you go and you go study this thing. And when this person leave, you go take over and you go proliferate that culture around you and teach other youths. And you know, we have to think that kind of way. We have to think nation. We use the rhetoric of Rastafari nation, but we're not functioning administratively as a nation. It is more like a spiritual nation. You understand? If you're going to go into economics now, that can necessitate something more administrative, something more governmental, some kind of organization that bind all of us together, even across the islands. You understand? And have programs going on and so on. You see? So to me, if we're going to thrive economically, it's not going to be because you have a couple of Rastas that come out of university or some kind of school that understand money, that go and do something, and then we say, okay, that Rasta is a billionaire, so the Rasta community doing good. They have 2-3 millionaire like so. You understand? It's going to have to be something that we set up a kind of system that allow our people to can accumulate wealth. And we can't leave it up to the system to educate them or go to the high school or anything like that. If we want to identify ourselves apart from the society as a certain economic block like so. You understand? We're going to have to own our people to some extent by having them involved in some kind of program that bring us into a certain oneness as one economic force. You know what I mean? So to me, that's the way we're going to have to go. Else you get us up to every individual Rasta ambition for go after wealth and so on and so forth, and whether they do it or not. You understand? If you want this to be a feature, a grand feature in the culture, then we're going to have to own the situation and actually educate our people directly. Sit down, think about what we need. The man read a speech, a very important, Rasta Danis, from His Majesty, about striving for the equal attainment of both spiritual and material progress. Very important. A lot of people see the subtle genius in that statement. Let me tell you the subtle genius is. As the elder said earlier, the schools are designed to teach you maths and English and all them kind of thing. Right? But for complement that, in terms of how we deal, you have our conscience. And that's where the spiritual component. So this is the reason why you have to strive for both of them, because the spiritual part inform your ethic when you deal in the economic. You see? So I watch that about how the king think about education. Me don't hear nobody in the West say he must strive for the equal attainment of both spiritual and material progress. Then talk material, period. Stop and full stop. You see? But the king said now, in order for you to have ethic and conscience in them someday in a business, you have to develop the spiritual side to balance. So I can get some conscience in there. You know what I mean? So you know how a business that feel good about making 10 billion people, and then when you look down, so you have how many people that have nothing. That means I would think different about business. You would think about making the business serve humanity, not serve one money hunt. See, and our hunt after wealth, but actually serve humanity. When human beings run behind the wealth, and the wealth a whole lead and serve them, a lot of the wealth now become more valuable than you, and then are nothing else in this existence that more valuable than the human entity.
True.
We are what value is. So whatever develop economically, you understand, supposed to serve us, humanity. That's the meditation, you see? So, you know, that would be Iman little input where this is concerned. When we're going to talk about the Rastafari nation and developing itself economically, then we're going to have to farm ourselves in some kind of a single unit that we can at least gauge that growth. Because with everybody doing their own thing, based on if you go university or not or whatever, you just be smart and develop on business, you can't really gauge what our state is economically. You really cannot do that effectively, you know what I mean? Rastafari.
Give thanks. Rasta Selassie.
Yes, family, give thanks, give thanks. Well, you've given many thoughts to bring into the to bring out, you know, Rasta son. The first thing I would say, where the I said about the Bible being a stumble, I know you didn't use the word stumbling block, but I'm just paraphrasing. You the Bible being a stumbling block to stop I and I doing business, you know, with the wealth and rich man going through the Isle of Anita and all of them things. What I would just say, richness with selfishness is the problem. But if it's richness with the idea of a social order and justice, you know, this is very much what His Majesty is, you know, the just man, you know, is that, you know. So I think if we apply that principle of justice as just man, that might, well, not might, it will.
Right.
Alleviate that problem there in using the Bible as to find it as a stumbling block more than a help. The next thing I would say is that one thing I, you know, as Rastafari, where we want to spiritually follow the teachings of His Majesty in many ways. But one thing His Majesty has given I is an organization, a constitution. He's given us the Ethiopian World Federation. But each one of I now, we've got the different acronyms for different, like I mentioned the CRO, Rasta, and then there's another, the Dark Foundation, and the Millennium Rastafari Millennium Council, and even the EAIBC, you know, like the Bobo Ashanti Church organization. So we're saying we all have to find out. We have to all find the as we've agreed, or you know, that we need to find the oneness of I is in Kadamawi Haile Selassie. Well, His Majesty in His wisdom gave I the Ethiopian World Federation. So why we can't? What is it that's stopping I from working with the Ethiopian World Federation? And if we look at it, I mean, it's something, as an engineer, I look at what His Majesty actually created. And he's created a beehive. You know, when he used to live here in England, he had a beehive in he used to raise bees, you know, in Fairfield House. And the bees when they build their structure, they build it in they build octagonal cells, and each cell, you know, each cell has a central core and 8 sides, and so then there would be three attributes to each side. So we have a group of 25 people. Then each one of those 25 people is given a task, whether it be a treasurer, a spiritual leader, all of the different ways and means, a person of ways and means, finding out to going to raise money, all of those things. So if we had different cells with all of those people in the different cells, the people, you know, the treasurer, the person of the ways and means, the person of the guiding how things will run, you know, keeping everything in order. If those people in the different, like they do in a government, you know, the treasurer from one, the economic minister from one government will go to and talk to the economic minister in the next government. That structure. That's why they have the different offices. So then you're able to communicate with your counterpart of in another cell. So what His Majesty has built is a beehive of locals, and what they are really in the world of Babylon system is they call them lodges. In the Babylon system, they call those lodges where these people do business together. On one lodge, they have a lodge here and a lodge there and a lodge there, and they keep themselves together under a discipline, and they work together. So I really need to look at what His Majesty has given I in the Ethiopian World Federation, and a constitution which gives us a guide. It gives us a guide, it's a guide of how to work. And His Majesty in His wisdom has created this thing. And one thing what I really think is the greatest thing of that creation is the charitable status. Because what the charitable status does, it gives you the ability to circumvent, give unto Caesar what is due to Caesar, because you don't have to pay tax. You're a charitable organization. And that is what Babylon does to exploit the African world and the third world and the poor people of the world. They use their charities to thief the money out of the countries. Well, we're not looking to be thieves. We're looking to be philanthropists in a way, to work with a social fairness and a justice for people, So if we were to broaden our minds to the idea of what His Majesty has really put forward, that He's given us this vessel. But why have we got all of these different and each one of these organizations are saying, oh yeah, make we all come together under this umbrella. Make we come under this umbrella, the CRO, the DARK, MRC, all of them, come under this umbrella, well, His Majesty has given I the umbrella. So if I then work with His Majesty's supremacy, none of I is supreme, His Majesty is the supreme one. So, and we recognize that. So if we then work with the supremacy of His Majesty, whatever mansion we come to, whether you want to be the EAIBC, you've got your membership. So why you don't organize the EAIBC in 25, locally, split the people up into locals and then make this machine. It's a machine His Majesty has created. It's an economic machine, but we can't see it. And that's the problem, so I would rest that there. Give thanks. Highly blessed.
Rastafari, beautiful. Many different ideas coming forward. Give thanks for everyone's understanding. We will soon seal, as I said, we have a presentation that will come up at 7 that we'll have to premiere. Rasquama, before I come to you, Honorable Empress I will be sharing a word on the subject area. And let me say, of course, give thanks, Honorable Empress Naya, from the rising of the morning. I mean, a lot of the production and, of course, the engineering in the foreground. Honorable Empress has definitely been marshalling that.
Priest, I want to leave right now, my lord.
Okay, my lord, give thanks. Because we're going to soon seal up, and I did give you a word. Give thanks, my lord, and I will talk to the eye differently.
Yeah, man. Glorify the moments, my lord. All my lord and my lord. Glorify all each and everyone and sister. Blessed Lord.
Yes, my lord. Yeah, so
Pardon me, Honorable Precise Majesty, myself have to take a break, okay? I must tell you that I give thanks for this program. I listen to everyone. It's well put together, well edifying. Give thanks to all the speaker, and what they have to say, my Lord. All blessing, strength and power throughout the week, and love and joy, priest. Have a wonderful night. Blessed love, family.
Give thanks while Empress. And let me say for the audience, I know we have a good rights of people watching, just like the video and thumbs it up and share the link and everything. Because remember, this is Patrons Day. I know and Patrons Day is the economics too, and nation building and all of that. But Honorable Empress Naya, again, in the interest of time, give thanks, Honorable, and we'll turn it over to the eye.
Yes.
Is there a feedback? No. All right. Yeah, so I just wanted to come in, blessed love, blessed to everyone, to give somewhat of a report as it relates to what was collected for Patreon's Day. And presently, we only have one contribution that was made. This contribution was made from a subscriber of the Tiger's Nest program. But this was a contribution made, of course, free will and for the purpose of Patreon's Day. I think we have about 64 people watching who are engaged in this video presently. So, you know, at this point in time, you know, we're talking about, you know, economics and building, you know, within ourselves and collectively. And then we've had elders of the Rastafari community come and to give their own perspective of enlightenment as it relates to how we should work more together economically. We have a program that we would have aired about a couple of weeks ago on the Tiger's Nest. And everyone who is listening or who would listen to this, you can feel free to contact us via email. Everyone should know what the Institute email is by now. And if you don't, it's priestisaacInstitute@gmail.com. So contact us by email so that we can send you a Tiger's Nest program that we would have done. And it speaks more about economics from an African perspective and not from a Eurocentric perspective. So I say this because, you know, a lot of us, like myself, you know, we come from, we come into Rastafari as one of the elders of the Rastafari elders were saying, more so with an open heart, you know, and an ambition to really be I would say self-reliant from, you know, the system of, I would say, white supremacy. You know, so and many of us, like myself, when we're coming from a Black perspective that is out of the US or out of America specifically, we have already an awareness of what we're supposed to be doing with our money. That's why they have campaigns like Buy Black or Spend Black 365, or they have conscious circles where you can actually find someone who does something that is related to a service or a need that you would be interested in. So I would just like to say that because, you know, I guess I still have a youth perspective, I would say, in a way, yet still that when I was coming up into consciousness, there was never a reason why I did not give back or pay it forward. And I would have had these conversations with Honorable Priest Isaac various times that I would have spent thousands and hundreds of dollars just investing in different areas of knowledge, skill sets, trades for myself, because and I intentionally wanted to do it with Black people, but then I had no choice because I was in a Black space in general, you know. So it's really important, you know, to really give where it is needed. You have some of us in Rastafari who are particularly, I want to use this without offending no one, but you are our house Negroes, you know, and you have some of us who are field Negroes, you know, so the way the revolts and the revolutions were done, I'm pretty sure that there was some camaraderie between the house slave and the field slave. You know, so if you are a Rastafari scholar and you are in academia and you are aware of the things in which particularly us, we're doing, and you know that it is scholarship that is recognizable, and it's preserving Greencastle Hill, which, by the way, this is the second year that I've been studying Greencastle Hill, and the destruction of Greencastle Hill has gotten worse. It's worsened to the point in which I believe that it can collapse. The hill itself can collapse. That's how worse the destruction has been. You know, so if you are a person who has the resources, and resources does not have to be money, but resources as in plugs, or if you're not too comfortable with that, you know, I would have also reached out to ones and said, just stay connected with us, you know, and network with us, you know, because, you know, that level of interaction, you know, would, I'm sure, arise, you know, different opportunities. So, I mean, I'm really saying this because, you know, and like myself, you know, I would say we come out of Babylon then, you know, just to get into, I guess, another level of Babylon that is probably perhaps not as aggressive, you know, as because everywhere is Babylon. But, you know, in terms of environmental change, changing from one environment to another environment, I can pick up the difference that, you know, the kind of environment that we are dealing within in terms of Rastafari is not as aggressive as if you were just flat out in Babylon, you know. So many of us come, you know, like myself, you know, from the system, you know, looking to deal with other Black people. But if I may say this, on another level, it's gonna take many more of I, you know, to really strengthen what is happening here as it relates to community building within Rastafari, because what I'm seeing here is that, and even not even seeing what I'm just hearing, you know, looking at it on a local level and looking at it on an international level, is that ones are making it like a crab in a barrel kind of interesting situation when it comes to ones trying to uplift themselves out of whatever condition or circumstances they may have been in or subjected to and are seeking to evolve from. So, I mean, this has been something where I've heard ones would even have expressed it to Honorable Priest Isaac and saying that, hey, you know, I was trying to build with this community, and, you know, I felt like I was coming with great ideas and they just weren't allowing me to move forward, you know. So then ones have to feel like they have to be on their own, or work with themselves, or at least, you know, abandon the mission to a degree, you know, because of this kind of what is it? I think it's like a spiritual superiority, or this level of spiritually oppressing ones. You know, this here I just cannot agree with. So what I'm saying is, for all of those who are listening to Honorable Priest Isaac, you know, we have different types of people who are listening to him and tuned into him. From my awareness, entertainers, you know, from my awareness, you know, the scholars, you know, and then others, you know, people who are, you know, just simply elders in Rastafari. If you are, for the elder who is just on and who is explaining that there's a lot of Bobo Shanti in Ghana, and I was in Ghana myself, maybe a couple of years ago, at least 2 years ago. And, you know, if you are a person who's stationary in Ghana and you want to do some level of business with anyone who you may have seen on this Institute YouTube channel, you can contact us and we'll certainly be a means of getting you to them. If you want to do business with us, we would be interested in doing business, as the elder would have pointed out. Black soap, shea butter, these kind of things we would be very interested in doing. But what I'm getting at is that it's important to do more research as it relates to economics. I know there is a happy film. There's a happy film that was published in July 2020, and it speaks about the African civilizations, particularly of Kemet, and how they would have utilized economics in those times. So I would recommend that you check out that video, and then that you study other communities. I mean, all of us, we can study other communities and see what other communities are doing. I know that people who are self-identifying as, you know, foundational American, or self-identifying as African American, or whatever subcategory group that you would stick to within the Black context of race. You know, some of these organizations and these people, I mean, they do really good when it comes to respecting the leaders and the intellects that are ahead of something. So yeah, I think it's important for everyone to just to understand that the heart space needs to open up a little bit more. And the heart space also needs to clear just a bit more, because for Rastafari specifically, it can be very discriminative, you know, doing business outside of our own community. We're telling you that. Mm-hmm. And then also within our own community, it can be a very crab in a barrel kind of situation. So we really need to work on what we can do, and just do it. And then also we should network a bit more with one another. I think as I'm hearing this conversation, I was thinking about a reggae, a Rastafari reggae. You know, if we can invest in certain things that we know are not good for us and that are just in the culture, like McDonald's and rum and these kind of things, and we know we have at least thousands of dollars in our account, then we can also pay it forward and invest in, say, like a colon cleanser, you know, or invest in, say, like a educational program or an elder care program. We can do these things. So I will seal that up, that just one contributor thus far. The first year was, by now we would have had at least 10 contributors. And by the second year, we would have had by now at least 7 contributors. So this is the 3rd year of Patreon's Day, and we only have just 1 contributor. And I must say that this is a high reflection of the level of consciousness that all of us have as members within this faith of Rastafari. That's my personal opinion, and we can also do better. It's no excuse. It's none whatsoever. So, all right, give thanks, family. All right, I'm gonna give the floor back to the honorable priest.
Oh, give thanks, Honorable Empress. And before Rasquama, and we'll see you with Kes Westmore, and even to the rest family that are still here. I know a few people left. Just, I give thanks for the item presence. I know the time the time is really on us now because we have a presentation for 7, and I don't even know how much we can even give a last sealing words, but I must give thanks for the Empress's word. I mean, I may not even be able to articulate it. So, but that's just the reality of how it is sometimes. I can give you stories, this, as King Ison was saying, from my point of view, very good information as it relates to. That's why I said we have to re-edify our people. It's a serious thing. The concept, you can say religious, but it's also cultural. It goes with the culture as well. And we haven't shaken off certain aspect of our culture. We live amongst hundreds of thousands of people. All these people you see every day. Jump in your car and you move. All these people, all these people, all these people. You want $10. Sometimes you can't trouble. Some of you live in the metropolis where you see millions of people passing you, trade, bus, bam, 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 bam. You need $10. You cannot stop none of these people here that you live around, that you're supposed to be in a society with. That's how serious it is, and that's a serious state of mind just to be in. You look out your window, look at all these houses, you can see the lights going miles, going up the hill. You could hardly, and remember, we're coming from a time when we were living a village life, and that's not too long ago, 40, 50 years ago. So it's a very serious thing. And I give thanks to the words of the Empress. I don't want to add too much because I see I going into my own little speech there. Rasquamai, share a few words with us, my Lord.
Yes, thanks. Yes, give thanks again. Give thanks for those words again from the Empress. Very, very, very powerful and potent words. As a matter of fact, I believe that the proverbial mirror has been placed in front of all of us. See it? So give thanks for that, Empress. I also give thanks to the Honorable Priest, for pointing out something very important within this whole economic talk. It's individual versus collective. And sometimes when we talk about Rasta and economic, it seems like a cliche. As far as the collective, it seems like a cliche. But I do believe, I do know that we have structures that have already been created for us. Structures, that was created by the Honorable Marcus Garvey. And as far as creating economic stations and programs and so on, we know that Rastafari can really move forward and deal with these things. Just taking you back to the 90s when Rastafari movement rose up, when the 90s rising, when we rose up as Rasta. And we quickly realized this fact that Rasta and economics wasn't really happening that much. We're not saying that, the collective movement before, especially I'm talking about in Antigua, didn't have economics, because we have heard of the vast amount of crocus bag of money and so on that was, Ghana, just out of, the agricultural practices and so on. But when we came, we had to look at the elders, look at Marcus Garvey, and we created a structure similar. And, we were able to do a lot of things as far as empowering the young people within our movement. And when I say we, I'm talking about the United Rastafari Improvement Association, which some of us here are, we know that organization coming out of Antigua. But that is just like a little side reference to the things that the complete movement can really do. Talk about, we hear about the broom, and we hear about what we were able to do in times of struggle, when the government of Jamaica couldn't pay their workers and so on and so forth. I think this is where we need to be. And not to belabor the point, but yes, this is the time for us to take off. This is the time to forge links. This is the time for us to recognize what we are specialized in, what we are good at, and it's the time for us to move on through trade, develop network. You know what I mean? Getting shea butter from Ghana, getting broom from Jamaica, getting, different. Yeah, this is the time for us to do this. So, in the benefit of time, this is where I'll drop it, but it is a really powerful discussion, and I hopefully this reasoning can translate into literal manifestation of something powerful for us. I've seen it, I've been a part of it, I've been a part of our economic growth before. As I said, we were able to, send people abroad. You know what I mean? We were able to take our elders to different Rastafari conferences and so on in the 90s and so on. And the crab in the barrel syndrome kick in, dissolve this organization, and then look at it. So we have a lot of thinking to do. We have a lot of reflection and introspection and so on. So just that is my little, sense, and give thanks again for the family, give thanks for the reasoning, for the powerful reasoning, and blessed love to one another.
To my Lord, give thanks, and of course, again, looking to seal up here, give Kes Westmore, but just to make a quick, just for once to understand what the Honorable Rasquama is talking of. Yes, in that 90s, when ones were like, I guess in the early 20s, teens, 20s, so youth in Antigua, Rastafari youth, a handful of youth, including Rasquama, Ras Ison as well, Ras Coyote, Rasto, Jahid, the one Rootsman, and what about the name? Islawa, and some of the man there, and my brethren that went to St. Martin and kind of rest down there.
Alija,
and a few other ones.
Tamba.
A strong organization as youth.
Yes,
and
sir.
the man revolutionized the whole veggie burger industry in Antigua, and a lot of what you see people doing today, moving around with baskets and selling food. And so at the time, it was that young group of Rastafari. They would have met a certain time of the week. And, you could see it was a strong cooperation. They had ads on the television, real business now, encouraging the youths to read and et cetera. They would have hosted some of the activities that would have happened during the celebration time. And as Rasquama said, they would have, assisted elders in many ways. So, and that was just a small example of what can be done when you have a similar mind frame, though.
Yes,
sir. That ones were thinking alike, whatever that alike was at the time, there was a similar thought frame. Oh my, I wish.
Kahin. Yes, Hawk.
Yes, King.
Put the link, the link for donations or support, if you can, in the chat. If you can put that there. I was looking for it.
The chat here or the YouTube chat?
Put it in the YouTube chat. Put it everywhere. That's
everywhere. I think, sure. Give thanks. Yeah, man, that's it. No, you're correct. Business-wise, that's how you're talking. Everywhere. That's it. Everywhere. We have all kind of everywheres now. Instagram, TikTok, everywhere, Get the word out. Honorable Kes Westmore.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Rastafari, give thanks to life again. Give thanks to health and strength. Give thanks to the divine protection of our divine majesty Emperor Selassie. I give thanks to Empress Menen also. I will give thanks to such day also, the movement of Rastafari forward in this time. Theology, give thanks to the economic part, And I as Rastafari people in this time must know that I must never leave out the teachings of Marcus Matthew Garvey. To see it forward in this time because Marcus Matthew Garvey even doing a blueprint. And that's Rastafari come and stitch us together. That needle that comes stitch us and bind us together. Even to move forward as Rastafari this time, because Marcus Garvey teaches about economy. One of the things that the man teach and I see him say and I have to read also and build up on myself. So what has failed us in many parts because even If you go back into the Bible from that beginning of time, you know, the Creator always show you governance, you know, be fruitful, be multiply, the whole economics again, even when Joseph into captivity, you know, economic part again, a man who could put things together, be a management, make sure that things come together. It's the same thing when you go back down to the talent again, because through a man of unskilled mind couldn't know how to invest. Because what we have to learn as a people is how to invest. Also, now we might have we might create a bash or create a cup, and we see future in it. But sometimes I know what I do know, we don't probably a one program, a mission, and also bring forward. Once you know it's have use and it's have great to the nation building, we must be afraid also. Now His Majesty said into a speech, and he said, if man's faith is not in his grasp, you know, like King Manuel said, or domestic affairs, he cannot devote himself totally to the cause that he's supposed to be. That is why even within oneself as you understand, because sometimes put it on an individual thing. It's not just, as I always tell man, say, no, Rastafari is the ensample of what the entire black race African is going through. Rastafari people know is the people that come to free the people them out of that mind, out of that settings where they have, you know. So therefore, I as a people now are individual. Check an individual what his individual self, whether you work for someone or not. How do you invest your own finance that come in your hand? How you deal with it? Now, if you don't invest that money wisely, there's a part of investment, there's a part of saving, all of these things. Now, if you don't see that as individual in yourself, it's like on the whole, you can't really govern that also. And that is the thing that we must build up in also to go forward. And it takes governance, and we could come together, look for the likewise minds, and then we could come together. So that part, as I say, of educating ourselves right now about that business aspect of things, we need to go forward and do that in ourselves right now, because I think that is what is fearing us as a people this time, because it is no crime to study. And as the Virgin said, who's from that side, who's from that side, we have to help each other, because in everything that we're doing, do it to our best of our ability. The angel talk about in a farming before, so if it's farming, it's the organically grown farming. You understand? Bring things proper produce. You know, we speak about before when we study in the stars and moon, so we know when to plant. You understand? So everything that we're doing, ourselves, because to build up a strong economy amongst ourselves, we have to learn to trade amongst ourselves. And people think about trade is like without finance. You understand? Finance have a lot to do with it. And many of the teachings that we get, because you have something that the teaching that people are really hooked to the Bible, the kind of teaching that some people hooked to the Bible is like, as the brother said before, it's easier for a camel to a rich man going to Zion. So it's like people on a whole now, they don't want to deal with money. And money is very important, because we live in a world where there is money right now. It's not the goal, like one thing, it's goal is money. So as the Virgin said before, give unto Caesar what is for Caesar also. So Caesar is money. So if we need to build up, for example, we have a factory where we might do herbs, and we cut herbs and these things. If Caesar have the machinery, you get the finance. Yes, he loves it. He loves you. So the finance to achieve and to get these machineries to make the industry build up. That's how we have to do. But as we say, in ourselves, we have to know how to invest. And we must study these things, investment also. And that is what is really beating us in a lot of things. You understand? We have it, but it's all to invest it. And that is what feel, as I say, the virgin that buries talent. He had no idea He had no meditation, how to invest. But the man that had the 5 talent, he knew how to invest. And as the priest said, one skill can bring forth more. One skill can bring forth more. So the more you know to invest that.
All right, then I know we're gonna ask the honorable.
Also,
okay, you're still there, man. You're still there, man.
Majesty.
Yeah, oh my. My Lord, I'm gonna ask the eye to bless us out with a prayer, you know. Again, so pardon me, Kings, you know, I was last ones to give the last sealing words, but the timing right and last if it's possible, you know, he look heavy there to give us a word of prayer going out.
My Lord, give thanks. We're going to pray. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, O Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy One of creation. As Jah was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, Jehovah without end. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Now we come to make up his jewels. All his jewels, precious jewels, his love on his own. At the stars of the morning, his bright crown of dawn, and we shall shine our beauty. Bright gems of Rastafari crowning. Ever present and I, the Most High, with knowledge, wisdom, understanding to do thy will from earth to Zion, O the Most High, to be a light and a beacon to thy people, at home and us abroad. Guide and protect I and I, Almighty God, Selassie, to the ends of the earth. Let I and I think positively all the time, O the Most High. For so as a man thinketh, so is he. Give thanks to life, O the Most High. Give thanks to love above all things. Emperor Haile Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Peace and love, family. My
yes,
Lord.
right, family. Give thanks, you know, give thanks for the blessed day, and you know, give thanks for the strength. I gonna have to even guide the item out, but I'm gonna just spend a few moments here just touching the congregation. So just love to each and every one, you know, blessed love and give thanks for the moment and coming in and giving the time here on Patriots Day. Rastafari live forevermore. King
Yes,
Simon,
sir.
and Honorable Kes Westmore, we not this evening here, but you know, welcome to the House of Priests. You know, for sure, being strong, we have to be on target.
My Lord, bless the love of God.
Yes, my Lord. And yes, Royal Family, give thanks, you know, for such blessings and give thanks for such strength and give thanks to each and every one that has been definitely here with us and giving us such a moment of strength. So let me just make sure that everything is okay. Don't go anywhere, family. Don't go anywhere at all. So we give thanks continually to the life giver and the people of life. And of course, yes. So as far as just for clarity, we just want to make sure that everything is in full perspective now. As I said, we're coming to an end, the sealing up of Patrons Day right now, family. Please don't go anywhere at all. You know, we are in full perspective here. And before we seal up, all right. So again, Honorable Empress, you're here with us. You were just giving us a full rundown of where we are with the contributions, family. As you know, we set out this day with a target. And although the family is gone, you know, in reality, I know what the Honorable Empress was expressing. I mean, the Empress sees the work, understands the heart of the brother. And obviously, I mean, a lot has gone into everything that we do. As I said, this is the 11th year. Yes, I would agree that it might only be, I think it's the third year for the telethon as it relates to the essay competition. But as I said, we were doing this with the expectation that our royal family understands, at least shares the very same passion that we would share for the upliftment of the young ones, upliftment of our nation. That is why a moment ago we were speaking about the economy. When you're dealing with an economy, you have to have a target. You have to have goals. We have goals. I have my own personal goals, you know, and to get that personal goal, it's good that you have targets. I have daily targets. I have weekly targets. I have monthly targets. I have targets for the end of the year. I have a 10-year target, 50-year target. I have a goal, you understand, personally. Then you yourself can share targets with people. You know, you have targets for your business, what you intend to make at the end of the year. Because if you don't have a target, you don't know what are you shooting at. You just shoot it because you don't have a target. It might kill birds now. So you need to know at least what you want, even if it's a little target. Of course, you don't want no small target, but at least it's better to have a little target than not to have a target. And again, your targets are what bring you to your goal. You understand? So that is exactly how we function. This is why the whole conversation that just ended here was about the economy, you know, was about finance. But as you notice, the economy came down to empire building. The economy came down to nation building. This is what we are doing here, Rastafari, nation building. And to some degree, this is why I have to take my time to express, you know, where in the society that I live in may not fully embrace what I ask for. I'm not just an asker. I know I made up that. I am a doer. So I spent 5 years asking to put African history and heritage in the school. Nothing taking place. I invent the essay competition. And I hit it every year, relentlessly. Every year it gets bigger and bigger. We didn't intend for it to stick someplace, and yeah, it good here. And this is cruising altitude, autopilot. No, what are you talking about? And there's so many, that's why we're ready to go international with the essay competition. Not that we have saturated the national ground, but for sure we have made a name for ourselves on the national scene, that's for sure. But again, many youths, the vast majority of the children, do not know about the essay competition. And interestingly, you know, a lot of the adults, more adults know about the essay competition than the children. The adults are the one blocking it. That's why we try our best to go around adults. That's why the preservation of the generations to come document that I launched today. How many of you saw that? Go and take a look at it when this is sealed up, the preservation of the youth document that we presented today. As I said, that was designed to give to a geopolitical nation, to give to a government that already has an educational system. But if they implement what I would have put in that plan, you will definitely see, as I think I put it, a better standard and a better quality of the generations of the youths to come. So I'm just kind of sharing with you, not just my mind, my heart. This is something that has been strategically put together, 11 years. And as I said, even this year, essay competition, budget, everything. Again, I don't think I can stress our clarity, our accountability. I mean, like it's almost off the chain. Our transparency. You know, we give people account that I mean, that's not even their business. That's no offense to nobody. Yeah, straight up. And we have a conscious community here. We're not in the disco here. Are we streaming live in Club 24? Are we streaming at the pool hall? No, we're streaming to conscious people. People that when you go in the chat, they, oh, you're wrong, you're right. This one is wrong, and this is the best one over here. And yeah, this is how you bake bread. And I've read this book, I've read that book. Okay. So where have we gone wrong? No, you gotta tell me. People still there, right? Put it in the chat. Tell me where I'm wrong. No, you gotta tell me where I'm wrong. That we have so much conscious people following and listening and hearing everything. And now we're saying that we're not asking for no donation to keep the radio station on. You know? We don't need that. As I said earlier, all of our products are half price. In other words, we do business. That's why we're not even ashamed. We don't quench. We have no care whatsoever what anybody have to say when it comes to doing business. We need to be more business-minded, and more of us need to be more business-minded. To be straight up, I should be an example to many that say that them is Rastafari when it comes to taking every opportunity to, as they say, capitalize. I know we're too dread, so we don't want to hear them terms there. That's our problem. As some of the brethren just say, we're too dogmatic. You understand? So we're not asking for no donation to do nothing, you know. We never come here and ask for them things. We are holding a telethon, which is a webathon. We have pitched to you the idea of why we are holding this webathon. It is an essay competition that we do, that we have funded for years, with the help of many people at the same time over the years. You understand? Some come, some go, and some return. I mean, you understand? Some put their widow's mite, some come with a little more than that. But whatever the case is, it has never reached to the standard that we have had in mind. And every year our standard rises. So it's another thing. To keep up with the standard is another thing. Next year, the budget is going to be bigger. You understand? I'm very serious. So we're not thinking small at all. But we have a following. We have a community. We have individuals that we teach, that we hope that whatever lessons we are imparting gets through, because it's not just about knowledge, it's about the heart space. You know? And I think we would have laid down our program correctly to explain that, hey, listen, this is what it is. This is our strategy. It's like we're on the battlefield and you've come to command post and I put the map on the table. This is what we're going to do. We need to rescue these children here. You know, and to rescue them, we need to do this. We need to establish this here, that there, and that there. How you're going to help me. And I expect the truth to jump on board. You know, so I have a strategy called the essay competition. If you were with us earlier, you see I have a bigger strategy than that. And even what I presented, the document, the preservation of the youth, the generations to come, that is almost like a supplementary document, just so that it could fit in to an education system that was designed to spoil our mind. You get me? But you gotta be strategic. You gotta know how to play chess at this moment. So if you notice again, this is all a part of the transparency, you know. How we come and we open the book. Even my life is an open book here. We just, I mean, you know, from you sit and watch me, you know me, and you know where I am, you know everything. I mean, how open can it be? Eh? So what I'm saying to you now, family, as straight can be, the Webathon was designed to literally encourage those who would also like to contribute to the rescue mission of our youths. Let me put it that way. So I'm going to get some youths out of jail. Who with me? How many contributions you say we got today?
Well, I started with one.
Okay.
And I see two contributions came in.
Give time. So
two additional.
2 people with me. 3 people with me. That's it. That's it. Now, what I'm saying is, I give thanks. Give me them names that I did here. And let's call them out. Because all of that is a part of it. Well, yeah, whenever you get it tallied up, you understand. Family, when I said that it was $26,000 for the essay competition on the national level, I am telling you, I brought that down from a higher level. That is why, even though I'm saying we thinking small, I'm thinking small. I shouldn't even have brought it down. I should have just left it where it was. Because it's designed to reach the populace of the youth. There are billions of youth on this planet that I would love to hear the message that they can partake of an essay competition and win some prize that would benefit them. It doesn't have to be digital. It doesn't have to be laptop. We give scholarships for computer classes too. There are many different things. We have other ideas, but it's just that we haven't reached there as yet. What I'm saying, we have a community. You are a part of the community. We are a family. And I must repeat, we do not come and say the donation box is below. I don't think we thrive on that at all. Yes, we thrive on ancient astronomy course. I have a serious ancient astronomy course, Rastafari. Yeah, that's well put together. Ancient astronomy course. I stand by that. It's for $275. It's worth it. Straight up, no one can take that away from me. And you get your certificate of participation when it's done. Today, we're offering it for $99. You understand? That's no donation. Nobody donated it. That is my talent that I take to make talent. We have the natal chart reading. $175. That's the price today. But at the end of today, it's going back to the original price. I think it's $225 or something like that. Because remember, the natal chart reading is a very tedious thing. Eh? When someone gives you the date of birth and the time that they were born, and you have to go into the heavens and see the precise location of planets and moon and star, and then give an analysis of it from your understanding. It's a deep thing, and a very binding thing too with the person that you're doing it for, even though you never see them or even ever speak to them. To prepare that document, that's $175 until the end of today, Patreon's Day. I'm trying to make a point to you. International Homeschool Program. Also, that is one of them evergreen programs that just go on and on and on for a good time. And that is only $299. You can get that for $99 today. These are well compact, comprehensive educational programs. And I'm just saying there now that we also offer ebooks, documentaries, webinars. That's my talent I'm using, and creating talent. I'm just showing you. Nothing there is a donation. There's no donation there. In fact, I'm telling you, I'm giving you buy one, get one free and all of that. I'm the one making a donation. The donation is for an essay competition. It got nothing to do with me. In fact, the budget I set for the essay competition doesn't even have a payroll for me. We got to be serious, No, I am very serious here. We got to be serious. If I'm to sit down and say, so where are we? Who's on the battlefield for the liberation of our people? Honorable Empress, just say.
Yes, the ancient astronomy natal charts reading is, in fact, it's ancient. So we may have not brought the words to the surface, but you're getting a comedic reading of your natal chart. So just letting you know, that's what we probably didn't express. You would see metal netter in some form, and then it's also comedic.
True, yeah, give thanks. We did a presentation earlier as well. Wants to check that. A lot of the presentations we did earlier, you can see it on the radio and TV, which is really the YouTube channel. But the reason why I was bringing up all of these different things, I was just showing you, since we were speaking of economics then, basically, because this is what it's all about. It's teaching. I always lament, I must use the term lament, reminisce, but lament. I always lament the Mind Your Business program. I even had an idea to restart that, Even the Empress was asking me if I was relaunching it today. But the Mind Your Business program I've always found it to be a struggle. There's just like how we adapt to certain things that has to do with economics in general. We are people, we are afraid of money. We are afraid of money, trust me, because we are taught to live in this middle class sort of environment. Once you hit middle class, you're good, you're okay. Have a few millions here and you're okay. Somebody just said, so wait, you want more than a few millions? What are you talking about? It's an empire we said we're building, And especially if everybody that you're building, everybody in the empire don't think like the eye. Don't think, as the Bible says, when the prince, I think it says, when the prince has wealth, the people are happy. Because the prince has the discipline. The prince has the mind frame. The prince has the ideas to handle the wealth. Wealth doesn't really change anything. Wealth enhance things. So if you're greedy, wealth ain't gonna turn you into no great giver, You're gonna get greedier. That's why you have some real greedy rich people as such, because they were greedy all the time. Wealth doesn't make you nicer if you're not a nice person. Now, if you're a giving person, oh man, if you're a loving person, if you're a caring person, yes, I mean, there are times when power corrupts and change people, etc. That is true. Everybody knows that. But I mean, in a disciplined environment, wealth really enhances who you are. And that is just the truth, People are afraid to talk about wealth. Some people, this conversation, frightening them, like money, yeah, wealth. You understand? So again, that is why I was stressing earlier. Who don't want to build their own personal wealth, that is up to them. But if you're going to be coming together and pooling resources together, you have to have resources to pool together. And that's just the reality of it. You understand? So you have to think like that. Remember, if you want to hit a target, you have to aim higher than the target. So you got to, if you have a target, if the target is 3, you have to try to hit 7. Yeah, so you have to aim for 7, talk about 7, push yourself as if it's 7 you want to reach. And even when you hit 3, you're going to say, man, I'm so far away from the target I want to reach. But that's really where you wanted to reach. And then from 3, it's easier to hit 7 now. So now from 3, you can hit 7. So that means you got to aim for 9. I wonder if you get what I'm saying. So it's all about the mentality, as I was saying earlier to the brotherhood and the sisterhood. It's about the mentality. Yeah. To be honest, just the way that we interact with the project that I put on the table, to me, it's a mentality. It's a mentality, Don't get me wrong, As I said, this is not a case where you are forcing people to do anything, because anyone that has a problem and say, well, I want to contribute, but I'm wondering if, okay, hold on. If you're wondering if, it's all right. It's better you hold that. We don't want no wondering if contributions, No, I'm telling you, because it's a spiritual thing. As I said, we read the comments, I read the chat. And there's a lot of good words and great and wonderful and yes and this and that. Boy, Ras, I must say, I really want to contribute, but I just don't have it right now. I understand. If you cannot pledge $50 and knowing that in 3 weeks you can have that $50, I'm not putting nobody in a position. I just explained it. I just explained that if there's any mumbling and grumbling, it could be $1 million. I personally prefer you hold it. Straight up. That's how serious we are. This is a mental thing. This is a heart thing. This is a liberation work. This has to have a certain level of purity behind of it. That is why we take time to express this, so you understand where we're coming from. So those of you who are on the battlefield, because I'm speaking to those who appreciate this work. I'm not speaking to the spies, You're not spies in the house. I'm not speaking to them people. I mean, I'm speaking to you too, but I'm not trying to really reach you. You have an agenda. But there are those who are sitting here who are really genuine, who are seeking the truth. But the point is, there are those who see what we are doing. This is my point. You clearly see what I'm doing now. You get the point by now that, yeah, I see it. Because I'm defending whoever else is on the battlefield with me. You know? Yeah, doing the work, and we just sitting there clapping, hey, good show, good shot, beautiful. No, this is more than good show and good shot. You got to add to this mission. That's why when you give lectures, you have admission, you know, so the people can add to the mission. That's what admission means. Money, payment, add to the mission. This is serious. Can't be afraid of this and we running from this now. This is serious, Rastafari. So I'm just highlighting now many things. I'm saying so many things here. I'm highlighting the importance, number one, of thinking big. And if you are a part of this liberation, let's just be honest, man. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. All my family did. Man, you're doing a good job, priest. But I really wish I could have really donated, you know. But I don't have anything. You can make a pledge of $50. A pledge. $50. A pledge should take no more than 21 days to fulfill. What you kind of tell me? You cannot secure $50 in 21 days for a project that you believe is so great. This is what I'm asking. No, I don't want to mock you in any way. But if you cannot secure $50 in 3 days, not 3 days, well, even in 3 days, really, to be honest with you. But anyway, in 3 weeks, you see, that's why we need a community. Yeah, that's why we need a community. Anybody that tell me they can't find $50 in 3 weeks, we need to sit down and find a way to help you, to empower you economically, straight up. Because if you sitting here with me, no, all of you sitting and you're watching and listening and yeah, man, praise and this and all the time you're here, dear. And I cannot get a commitment from my people to say, yeah, I broke like them 10 commandments, which I don't believe that neither. I really don't, but I'm just carrying you as far as I can so that we can get a sanity out of this. I ain't got no money, priest. I wish I could help you to do that work you're doing. It's all right. You can pledge $50. How about 20? Can you pledge $20 and get it to us in a month? Yeah. And of course, obviously, that's cornmeal I'm throwing on the floor there. But I'm just trying to show you how far we are. You know, this is, you know, I know I'm painting a real picture here now. This is not this Webiton and the patrons, you know. I've been watching this for a while. Yeah. You say something there, no? Oh, okay. So family, give thanks to the blessed day, man. Give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. Of course, the offers is definitely there until the end of the day. You know, once you come to the website and you see the offers up, they're still there. Sometimes we have a little mercy, you know, and prolong it a bit. And you can talk to us, you know, with your family, you know, when you contact us, it's not a robot you're talking to. And, you know, anything can work out. So as I said, family, you understand the mission. If you don't understand the mission and you really love me, go back and check the videos we did today that we uploaded them. Maybe you missed something. Yeah, I'm missing something here. I thought I got it. Well, okay, fair enough. Go and check. I'm guiding you. Go and check the video. Preserve the generations to come. Go and watch that. Listen to that properly. Then you'll get the point if you missed the point. We did several videos coming up to Patreon's Day. Go and check them out. In fact, we would have had an ad, an infomercial, clearly explaining to you what we have to do to break the chains and shackles, you know. But I think the most important thing is that episode we did today for Patreon's Day, and I will invite you to go and listen to that tonight. Now. And when you take that in, then you would see, if you didn't understand the importance of what we're doing. And this is key, there's a reason why I'm harping on this, family. Because as a nation moving forward, Rasta, as someone said it tonight, I can't remember who it was. But they were saying that, yes, it's good that we can talk about coming together and work together and so and so. But some of us have been out there for a while, and we have tried to work together. We have tried to form communities. We have joined communities. Not that we have left the communities that we have joined, but the individuals that make up the communities are not on the same wavelength as some of us, and that forced us to go and do things for ourselves, by ourselves, form a new group. It has happened, and I for sure can testify to that. I'm telling you, straight up, it's very hard to find like minds. And it is what it is, Rasta. It's very hard to find like minds. You understand? So again, I'm looking for this community to explain to me what's wrong. Because then tomorrow we're going to click on the YouTube and come again and give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. But who are I talking to? No, I'm serious. Who are I talking to when I put on the light and say, give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life? I don't expect, I know I have some cutthroats out there, but it can't be so many. No, I'm serious. I hope nobody offended. I have to speak. As I said, if you have the stats to prove, this is a war. And I think we know for sure as family where the, what you would say, where the strategies are working. But anyway, the point is, December, January, you're done now. You're going to see the progress. February, the essay competition will be rolling. March, April, the prize giving ceremony will be done. It will be televised as it always is. You will see. I will still bring forward the prizes and everything will be the same. But we have to, as a unit, because this is really for us. No, I'm very serious, family. This is really for us, because this is an example of, okay, let me show you. This is an example of when they deport Marcus Garvey. When they deport Marcus Garvey, at least 4,000 people were on the pier watching the boat go away. Blowing their nose, oh, Marcus Garvey, where they coming back? You know what I mean? When they came in Gethsemane for the Christ, disciples got up and started to swing sword, and Christ said, no, it's not the time for the sword. They said, what? You crazy? And they ran away. So we have countless of episodes, biblical and otherwise, where you see this, what I'm explaining to you. I'm very serious. The reason why I'm speaking like this, because this is my heart. This is not a joke for me. I live, eat, and sleep this. This is no plaything. Nothing here you see me doing is a game. I serious. I'm one of them real warriors, man, that you read about in your history book that come to liberate people. I am not here for no game. So it may not be now with no gun. There are other ways to do it. But you see how I do what I'm doing. That's why it's stealth media, radio Anu. That's why it's stealth media, the Tiger's Nest. That's why it's stealth media. Welcome to the House of Priests. That's why it's stealth media and a college, Rasta round table, all of that. And that's just there. And as I said, we have courses, we have programs, we have education, we have a whole institute, we have cooking classes, yoga classes, and then that's just, we're speaking on the online network, but on the ground, even where we put our feet in the dirt, that's a whole different story by itself as it relates to the work we're doing. So there's nothing here that is a joke, family. And as I said, we open the door for the family to come in and see exactly what we're doing. So we are just humbly. And I must, show you exactly what's happening in the heart space, We are humbly bringing to the family, again, the opportunity for you to contribute. You want me to get spiritual on you? That's a blessing. You contribute, there's blessings coming on you. I shouldn't have to go tell you that now. I don't want to sound like no preacher. But it's the truth. You contribute, you pay your tithes, blessings gonna abundantly flow on you. But I mean, I can't believe you make me have to go there. You saying anything, let's go. We're gonna lock down the show now. Okay, beautiful people. I had a wonderful day today. You know, they give thanks to all those who came and partook. Give thanks to the whole welcome to the house of priests. You know, give thanks to the Rasta round table. You know, full house, the full. Give thanks to Ancoma, the Jed. He didn't really get to step in, but my Lord, you don't know you're with us. We give thanks continually, you know, again for everyone that partook. Give thanks to the Prince and Princess for a beautiful, what you call it, their youth university. Give thanks for all those who definitely came in and partook of the offers that we had, for sure. We're thankful for that. But again, that's a different level as it relates to the contribution to the essay competition. And give thanks for those who are still coming in. You still have the opportunity, you know, family. Don't get scared now. I know it's a tiger's nest. Don't get scared. Everything is good. Don't worry. You still have the opportunity to come in and make your contribution. You know exactly what is happening. If you're not sure, as I said, I've given you the resources or the source that you can go and get a better understanding of, you know, what you're doing with your $50 or your $20 or your $10, your $100 or your $1,000. I'm very serious, eh? We're right here, family. I mean, I shouldn't be, you know, trying to push how genuine our work is when it's just straight there, front of your face. We ain't got no, what you call it, nobody come in and say, oh, well, you know, we win the prize and we didn't get the prize. None of these things happening. So, and also even just to go for that, it's almost sad to pull that out, to have to harp that so one can understand, oh, yes, you know. But you know why I harp on those things? Because it leaves you no excuse. So what's the excuse? I thought you were conscious. I'm serious. I know your brother sounds a little hard tonight, but this is coming from the heart. This is a war. We're on the battlefield. And then maybe it's just how I look at it. I think my outlook on the liberation of our people is slightly different than other ones. Yeah. So definitely Radio Anu family, continue to stay tuned with us. Give thanks for the beautiful, beautiful patrons day to day. Give thanks for all the energy and the vibration that was passing through. Give thanks for Menelik II's anniversary celebration, of course, the 3rd of November. Give thanks for the anniversary of Apedimek. Give thanks for the 3rd anniversary of Radio Anu. Give thanks for the coronation anniversary of Haile Selassie I. And of course, him being given the title of the Dejamash. All of that celebration, it comes together on Patrons Day, plus Patrons Day, plus looking forward to the essay competition. It's a lot of energy and a vibration that takes place here. Give thanks, family, for your love. Give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. Holy Manuel, Selassie, Jah, Rasta.